play the music the moment is calling for, whether it's turning up the party or winding down to relax in the evening. Curate the day's soundtrack with ad-free music listening and offline downloads on Spotify Premium. Tap the banner to learn more.
Mic check. Right. Once again, hello and good morning to everyone. Good morning to our invited guests and also good morning to our students. My name is Paul Aderoju. I'm a solutions engineer here at Arthurite Integrated. And once again, I am happy to welcome you to this occasion. This is our AWS partner event. It's titled Transformative Cloud Solutions. We're happy to have you here. And without any further ado, we'll be going on. So I'll be taking the introduction. As I said earlier, my name is Paul Aderoju, and you might be asking that, so what is this event about? Like, what is this event about? Why are we doing this event? Well, firstly, I'll start with introducing who we are as a company. So we are Arthurite Integrated. We are a subsidiary of the Arthurite Group. and we are an IT solutions company. So we help businesses and companies and individuals power their solutions by providing digital solutions to them, whether it be information technology, cloud solutions, compute, web development, API integrations, anything you can think of. We have a team of individuals that are very capable of working with different companies. We have various clients that we've worked with in the past. Sorry, give me a second. Okay. All right. Sorry about that. I needed to turn off the music. So yes, we work with various companies. We are an AWS service tier partner. So we have a lot in the banks regarding what we do with AWS. We have provided a lot of solutions to a lot of companies in the past couple of months. So this program is basically for us to establish ourselves in the AWS cloud computing space in Nigeria. We want to announce ourselves as the leading and the go-to cloud solutions provider for your business, for your company, or for your individuals or corporate clients. So in this event, it's a packed event. We're going to be having a keynote speech from Mr. Kayode Akumolafe, who works in AWS Nigeria. We're having two panel sessions. Our panelists are around, and we'll be diving deep into previous different topics, such as how to migrate, say, like from on-premises to cloud. What are the advantages, disadvantages, and things like that, and also be demonstrating an in-house built application, which was deployed basically end-to-end serverless architecture or deployments. We're looking at the application, talking about the technical aspects of it, as well as how the application functions. And then we'll be having some networking sessions also. We understand that networking is a very important thing in the technological community in Nigeria. I myself have benefited from networking, so we'll be having some of our students. I just want to plead with our experts in the house that if some students come and meet you, just try to be very friendly with them. Most of them are very enthusiastic about this occasion, and they want to network with our speakers and panelists, and also then be announcing our webinar series. So prior to this event, sure, last week we had a webinar series that spanned for 5 days, Monday to Friday, where we treated different topics such as serverless computing, talked about artificial intelligence, did some demos also, talked about AWS deploying on AWS, talked about AWS code pipeline, code deploy, code build. Also, we talked about Lambda functions. I presented on the first day, so it was a very informative session. If you're not there, I would employ you that probably after this event you can go online to listen to it. Very informative. We had a lot of presentations and demos done, and a lot of very key insights that were shared during the presentation. So during the series, we had some winners because we at the end we capped it with a quiz on the last day, and we had a series of winners that won some prizes. We'll be announcing them today. We're giving them their prizes. Some of them are winning some AWS certification vouchers that they can use to further upskill themselves in the cloud space. And also we have some internship opportunities for some very select people who would actually, they are students, so they'll be able to gain real world experience of working with clients and companies. They see how things are done in day-to-day business life. Thank you very much again. My name is Paula Derojo. I'll be inviting engineer Somto Ezekwe to come and give the welcome address. Thank you very much.
Hello, good morning, everybody. Good morning. I want to apologize for starting late. We had some technical challenges, but we are glad that a lot of partners, because that's basically what everybody here is. We are happy that there's a back. We are happy that our partners made it here on time, and that also shows the commitment that we all of us will have. So ado, without further ado, we need to start. Okay. Uh, Authorite basically started in 2013. Authorite Group, but basically Integrated started in 2018, and this our tech arm. It's part of a bigger group, Authorite Universal, amongst other companies. And this Integrated basically started to champion the tech part of our business. Our business is, especially in tech, it's grouped into a lot of services that we provide, networking, cloud computing, amongst other things. And specifically, we are here because we want to, will I say, evangelize more about cloud computing. We are partnering with AWS today to present a lot of possibilities that and use cases, advantages of cloud to businesses, individuals, students, and SMEs and other corporate organizations. We are happy to have you here in our midst, and we are happy because you guys are looking forward to learning together with us. We have various keynote speakers. We have panelists that we are going to be, discussing, exchanging, brainstorming on ideas, and also telling us things that are currently going on in the space. Every year, every year, tech basically goes a little bit, it grows. There's a lot of things turn up. Specifically speaking, this year it has all been about AI. And you know that for you to understand cloud, you also understand that it has various challenges that AI is currently helping us to solve today. And this cloud provides solutions that we are using specifically in our everyday business. Some of which, the easiest use case you can talk about is our phones right now. For you to log on to almost any Apple phone or Android phone, they'll tell you to register on their platform, on their email. You either have an iCloud account, or you have a Google account. Basically, all those things is basically trying to help you to save your data. And saving your data, you're saving it somewhere on the cloud. It helps you either for you to move those data, move those information, transit, have access to it at different points and from different gateways. That's basically what cloud is about. But having access point is basically like the entry point. You can now do a lot of other things on the cloud. You can now do a lot of, which is why we have solution architects today to build and execute various use cases on the cloud. This transcends various sectors: healthcare, oil and gas, logistics, food, FMCMG, amongst other use cases, amongst other adaptabilities of cloud. And that's why basically we are here to present those things to you. We have people in our midst that are big subject matter experts on those things, and I will allow them to also educate us more. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you so much for being here on time and also being in our midst today. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much, Engineer Sumto, for that wonderful welcome address. Once again, I'd like to thank our invited guests and students for coming around for this event. And then to our students outside, I would want to apologize regarding the screen. It's going to come up soon. I know that we are experiencing some technical difficulties with that, but the screen will be up and running very soon. but I'm sure you can hear me. So I'm so sorry about the screen. So we'll be going to the first panel session now. The first panel session, we're going to be, okay, yeah, so to our invited guests, there's going to be like a switch. We are still expecting a panelist, so we'll just start with the second panel session, if that's fine. All right. So the first panel session, firstly, I would like to invite the moderator for the panel session, that is Engineer Abolaji Abdul Rahman, to come. So yes, so Mr. Abolaji will be moderating this panel session, and will be the one to call the panelists onto the stage. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Paul. And once again, I would like to thank our invited guests for coming today. We are so sorry for the delays also. And now we will start the panel session. So the topic of this panel session is from vision to execution, strategies for cloud adoption and ROI optimization, return of investment. So now I will be inviting our panelists for this session. First of all, I would like to welcome to the stage Mr. Larry Ada. Kindly come forward. Thank you. All right. We also have Dr. Paul Aderoju. Then we have Sharifuddin Awofinwaye. I don't know if he's around. Mr. Sharifuddin Awofinwaye, kindly come forward. We have the panel session now. Thank you very much. All right. So first of all, we'd like to read the citation of Mr. Sharifuddin Awofinwaye. Mr. Sharifuddin Awofinwaye is a software engineer and also an AWS serverless developer. Mr. Sharifuddin Awofinwaye has about 3 years of experience in designing and deploying scalable solutions. Also, he is currently a Java developer at uPreviews. Am I right, sir? A Java developer at uPreviews. Thank you very much. Okay. All previews. All right. Thank you very much. Also, he built event-driven architectures and optimized backend systems for reliability and cost efficiency. Mr. Sharifuddin is passionate about knowledge sharing. He's actively contributing to the developer community through writings on serverless technologies, event-driven architecture, and software designs. He's committed to innovation. He leverages cloud technologies to create impactful solutions for business and society. Kindly welcome Mr. Sharifuddin Awofinwaye. Also, we have Mr. Larry Hada, who is next to him on seat. Mr. Larry Hada is a cloud engineer and an educator. He's a cloud engineer and he freelances. He's also passionate about simplifying cloud computing for businesses and individuals. Also, he holds AWS and GCP certifications, along with 10 plus Google Cloud badges, showcasing his expertise in the cloud computing field. Also, he's the creator of Larry Talks Cloud, who is a YouTube channel where he breaks down complex cloud concepts and also, for enthusiasts and also professionals. He is dedicated to innovation and is also recognized in November 2024 when he emerged as the first runner-up at Pay-As-a Hackathon 3.0, where he won about $3,000 prize artificial intelligence and machine learning engineer. He's also driven, he has a passion for education and technology, and he has been contributing to empower others to leverage cloud computing for real-world solutions, which is the reason why he is here today. Join me to welcome Mr. Larry Hada. Also, we have one of ours from Arthurite Integrated, Dr. Paul Aderoju. He is a cloud advocate, he's a full-stack software engineer, he's a health tech innovator, and he has been doing some advocacy about cloud. He is dedicated to transform the healthcare sector through cloud technologies, with expertise in AWS and scalable cloud-native solutions. He develops scalable and cloud-native solutions, and he has developed FHIR compliant applications that enhance data management, telemedicine, and patient-centered care. He's also passionate about improving Africa's healthcare system. Dr. Aderoju bridges the gap between okay. We're so sorry for the delays. We're trying to get what we want to ask about. All right. Thank you very much. So I mentioned earlier the topic of this panel session, which is from vision to execution, right? Strategies for cloud adoption and return of investment optimization. So today, let's hear from our panelists what they actually see about this topic. We are having some companies there who are really willing to, adopt cloud. So we have some few questions about that, so that they can have more information about what cloud computing is actually. So my first question here is that what are the key steps businesses should take when planning their cloud adoption strategy?
Sorry for my.
It's fine.
One of the key. Sorry.
Yeah, let me repeat the question. So, what are the key steps businesses should take when planning their cloud adoption strategy?
So, I think planning cloud adoption strategy, right? So, you need to, as a company that owns an on-premise data center before, right, and wants to adopt the cloud journey, right? So, I think there are common strategies, common steps you need to, several steps you need to adopt to fully enjoy these cloud capabilities. Sorry for my voice. So to fully adopt these cloud capabilities, right? So first you need to assess your current cloud environment, right? You need to do thorough assessment of your current environment, like your traffic, how is the traffic like, what's the number of storage you are currently using, right? And sorry for my voice. So the second, you need to define a clear goals and objectives, right? Why do you really want to adopt cloud? Why do you want to move to the cloud? Why, as on-premise, have you got tired of on-premise, or is it the cost savings? You have to define clear goals and objectives. You also need to choose your cloud provider, like AWS now. You choose your cloud because AWS right now is one of the mostly used services in Nigeria, not in Nigeria, in the world. right? So you need to train your team. You need to train your team. These are the steps you need to take as an organization to fully adopt cloud, to adopt cloud, right? And also you need to, after training your team, you need to you have to have these migration plans, like strategies to use, like there are common strategies to use, right? So you need to have your own migration plan. You need to have a migration plan. You also need to you need to know which migration methods to use. Are you going fully? Are you going fully a cloud, like fully public cloud? Are you doing hybrid? Do you want to want to retain some services, or do you want to go multi-cloud just to avoid the vendor locking kind of situation? So I think these are the steps.
Thank you very much for that. I would like to pass that question to Mr. Lariada. All right.
All right, please the question again.
All right. So the question is, what are the key steps businesses should take when planning their cloud adoption?
Okay, when planning their cloud adoption strategy, I believe Mr. Latif did a very good job explaining. Mr. Sheriff, okay. I believe, apologies for the. I believe Mr. Sheriff did a good job with that. He mentioned that they should define their clear objectives, follow a migration plan, train their staffs, and they decide which cloud platform to take. A little tweak on that, defining which cloud platform to take. They can also consider hybrid services, so it's not just picking one cloud platform. They could work with multiple cloud platforms or work with on-premises and the cloud platform. But aside that, before you decide to get into the cloud space as a business, you need to ask yourself where you are as a business. Are you a startup? Are you a big corporation? Or are you just listening to the hype of, oh, cloud, 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 I just want to move my infrastructure to the cloud? You need to figure out where you are, what kind of business you're running, and what kind of computing services that you have. For startup organizations, the advice I was given by one of the panelists during one of an event that I was present in, Mr. Ewere, right? He's an AWS cloud hero in Nigeria. He said, he was speaking to me directly on stage, and I asked him, and he said, for startup organizations, he advises that they stick to on-premises at the beginning of their services. So when they are running, if you're running as a startup, you have your own products, you have your own services, something that you run, it's best to test the market with your own computers, right, on a small scale. When you feel you've figured out the system that you're working with, you figured out how your infrastructure runs, you figured out the system of how the business is going to operate, then you can decide, you can make that decision to get into the cloud once you've figured out your system and you want to scale. So the important factor to consider the cloud space is scaling. Until you need the scaling factor as a startup, you don't exactly need the cloud. But if you're already a big corporation, you've invested millions of dollars in infrastructure, physical infrastructure for your business, and you want to migrate to the cloud, it can get dicey, because one of the considerations would be, should I throw away all these millions of dollars we've invested in servers and shut down, like for example, we have Nest Oil, right? They have their own in-house server in their building. They have a very big building. They invested millions of dollars for that infrastructure, but they currently, this is an insider knowledge, but they currently run hybrid, and they work with a local company in Nigeria, MTN. You must have heard of them. MTN isn't a cloud provider, but they provide cloud services to big corporations in Nigeria. And they are filling in the gaps that companies like AWS and Google and Azure aren't able to cover, especially in governance and compliance, because the government is very strict on that policy where data is stored. They won't let you store the data outside the country if it's bank related or oil related, you get. So because of that, they have to consider working hybrid, and they're now working with MTN to run some of their services. So for a big corporation, you can work hybrid if you already have an existing infrastructure, just to leverage on the benefit of having the cloud. You can use hybrid service if you're already invested. So those are my recommendations.
Thank you very much. Basically, the business has to understand itself, understand the system that wants to scale, then decide to adopt cloud. Thank you very much for that. This is a key question, and I also like Dr. Paul Aderibu to also give his insight on that.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much. I believe that the first two speakers have done a great job. But just to follow up on what Mr. Sherifuddin said, I think the part where the company really maps out where they are and then where they are going, what they are trying to achieve is very important because and for, say, a startup now, a startup that has, like, say, an unpredictable workload, do you get? They have to really think around that, okay, at this point, we don't know how many customers that would be onboarding. We probably have, like, some predictions or some assumption models that we have done, but we're not too sure. So now, those kind of people, they're trying to, like, adopt. It's probably easier for them to start with, like, a serverless solution. And then from that kind of thing, they can start reviewing their metrics, seeing how many customers they are adopting, okay, and saying, okay, now we understand the compute strength that is needed to run the solution. We understand the storage that is needed. So now we can start switching to reserved instances or reserved storage, stuff like that. So as he said, that is important. Another thing that is also important for businesses is the fact that, they also need to put into consideration the costs they're going to do. And one of the benefits, as we all know, of cloud migrations is cost optimization. AWS, for example, has a cost explorer that you can actually use before you deploy anything, before you schedule your workload or anything. You can use to actually estimate the amount of money you would be spending to deploy your solutions or whatever you want to do on the cloud. And you can also use some other things like budgeting tools. AWS has a budgeting tool that you can use to cap your spending at the end of the month or at any given period, really. You can use so basically you can estimate your spendings, and now you can also cap your spendings. So those are the things I just want to add.
Yeah, thank you very much for that insight. And I believe our audience has been able to gain one or two value on how they can plan their cloud adoption strategy. So the next question we have for Mr. Larry Hada is what common mistakes do business make during cloud migration? What common mistakes do business make during cloud migration, and how can they be avoided?
All right. One big mistake that most businesses make is trying everything. So they just want to, because they have access to the cloud service, the infrastructure, they want to try most of the services are easy to access, very easy. It's very easy to click a button and you have 100 EC2 instances in the US. It's very easy to click a button and you have serverless infrastructures running on Lambda. And so the mistake is trying everything. And the easiest way to fix that problem is planning, preparing your architecture first. Create a structured architectural plan, have a problem statement, have a team, an agile team. Let them study that problem statement, figure out whether that problem is actually what they need to solve, find out the architectural structure that is required for solving that problem using cloud services, do their research, to figure out the cost benefits, the implications, the comparisons between different cloud platforms based on cost before deployment. You don't just jump straight into deployment and trying everything. So yeah, that's my take.
Thank you very much for that. I think that's a good answer to that question. Mr. Sherifuddin, can you give some insight on that?
Yeah.
Thank you.
So, in addition to what he said about planning, right? So it is actually good to plan, And I've said before, do thorough assessment of your current environment. Thorough assessment means, I've said it before, looking at what you're currently running, what number of requests or concurrent requests do you manage. So you use that to know which particular service you want to use. Do you want to go server full or do you want to go serverless? You get, if you are on predicted workloads, so you want to consider server full. But if it's not predicted, you want to consider serverless. You get. So and some of the pitfalls you might organizations might come across is data loss. Data loss in the sense that you want to move your data from the on-premise server to the cloud. So in that transitioning, these data are actually vulnerable in the sense that sorry. So in the sense that when you're moving to the cloud, you want to shut down your storage for some temporary time, and then move to the cloud, right? So during that integration, you want to plan for contingencies to stop this, to minimize this data breach, and also downtime. You want to plan for contingencies to minimize downtime of your service, to have your business continuity. Yes.
Thank you very much for that, Mr. Sharafuddin, for that insight. I don't want to waste much of our time. I would like to move to another question. And here we have, that will be going to Dr. Paul and the review. We have that, how can cloud adoption improve collaboration and operational efficiency within an organization?
How can cloud adoption
improve collaboration and operational efficiency?
Okay. So yeah, firstly, collaboration and operational efficiency. So the first thing is, I know a lot of people usually think that, okay, when you talk about cloud engineering or cloud computing, just the business of the IT department is their headache. But most times what I've come to realize is that collaboration within teams in an organization, so you're talking about the finance team, the IT, and then the management team. Collaboration amongst them is actually very important in cloud adoption because of the fact that, firstly, when migrating to the cloud, you need to set, clear expectations as regards what you're trying to achieve, and also the cost that will be involved in trying to achieve this aim or this objective. So you have to set very clear objectives. In short, I would recommend using the SMART, SMART objectives: specific, measurable, actionable, time-bound, yes, and set very clear objectives of why you need to transition to the cloud or why you need to run your workloads on the cloud, and then ensure that collaboration between the teams is very important because there's something called FinOps, right, in cloud, and so basically just like the interrelationship between IT and finances, right? So you need to make sure that for every naira or for every 1,000 naira you're spending trying to push your workload to the cloud or trying to deploy something to the cloud, you need to be able to understand what benefits, what are you gaining from this. So these are the nitty-gritties that will be needed to be done. And collaboration will basically ensure a very smooth transition in the sense that everybody has a good understanding of the expectations, right? Everybody knows, okay, with moving, say, a certain percentage of our workloads to the cloud or our entire workloads to the cloud, we understand the cost implication for that. We understand what we're trying to achieve, probably in terms of speed, right, in terms of things like API integrations, or we understand that, okay, once we are able to move to this cloud, we can expose our API keys. We understand that with that, on the management aspects, management is thinking, okay, maybe we can use that to onboard new customers. The finance department is looking at, okay, while trying to onboard new customers, this is like the estimated amount of money or revenue we can make during that period. So collaboration is actually very important in cloud adoption.
All right. I think you didn't get the question right, but let me move here.
No.
So now the question is, how can cloud adoption improve
collaboration
efficiency now? Collaboration.
How can it? Okay. I think I was like sitting in others. Yes, definitely. Even the points I mentioned earlier, right? So cloud adoption. I'll start with operational efficiency. So the thing is, with cloud technologies, right? So I don't know if you, so for, I'll use AWS as an example. Now in AWS, when you create an AWS account, you have the opportunity, right, to talk about, okay, you have the children accounts, like the client's accounts within the organization. You understand what workloads each team, you can create rules for each team, understand what exactly they're doing in the cloud. So cloud adoption, basically, we can help with operational efficiency in the sense that it improves more organization in an organization. When I mean organization, like the collaboration, people working together, it improves that. And then also, in terms of collaboration now, I mean, most times, as I said earlier, actually, like, you know, when you talk about cloud deployments and stuff like that, at least what I've come to notice in my experience with working in organizations, that organizations that usually have, should I say, like, more departments that's actually interacting with cloud tools, right? For instance, now your finance department, they can collaborate with the IT department in, you know, talking about the cost explorer, actually estimating what they need to spend. So now that's going to be very good for the finance department in their budgeting for the, say, quarter or for the year. In the sense that, okay, they can estimate that, okay, this is the amount of dollars or naira we'll be spending during this period. Cloud adoption will help with that, in the sense that you can already understand what's expenditure you need to do, right? Because you are trading capital costs, like, you know, can use like a pay-as-you-go model. From using comps like Cost Explorer, you can already determine these costs. And also then for even things like, simple things like, okay, in an organization, you want, say, some people in an organization to have access to, say, some very important specific data stored somewhere on the cloud. Using cloud adoption strategies, like stratifying your accounts within an AWS organizational account, you can set clear permissions and boundaries so that you know that, okay, this particular department or person, this is what they are limited to do on the cloud. So basically, imagine trying to do that manually. It might not really make sense, but proper cloud adoption, like moving your entire organization to the cloud, will help with that. I hope I've been able to answer it.
Yeah, of course. Thank you very much for that. Mr. Larry Ada, will you go ahead with that question, sir?
How does the cloud improve adoption and efficiency?
How does the cloud adoption improve operational efficiency and collaboration?
Okay, those are big words. First, we need to understand what cloud really means. Cloud isn't just IT infrastructure that you can access with your phone. We're not just talking about IaaS. IaaS is just one part of the cloud. That's infrastructure as a service. Cloud also includes software as a service, platform as a service. When we're looking at software as a service, they're actually the ones that customers or average people know a lot more of. We're talking about Gmail, Canvas, many of all these platforms, even Spotify, Apple Music. These are all software as a service, and they allow for services, products, files, videos, songs to be accessed through the internet. That's the meaning of cloud, being able to access information through the internet, whether it's computing, whether it's storage, whether it's networking. And even though we don't know it, it has actually enhanced collaboration. You can use your phone and share your playlist, your Spotify playlist, with someone in the US in a fraction of a second. That is collaboration. You're collaborating with that person to listen to music. And this is what artists use these days now to collaborate with each other and produce songs in different locations. Someone can record the song in the US, another person records the song in Nigeria. They use a cloud infrastructure to connect themselves, send it to an editor, probably in India, and the editor edits the file. There is a product now on, what's the name? Premiere Pro. So Premiere Pro has a service where they call team projects. So if you want to create, Premiere Pro is an app you use to edit videos. To create a file on Premiere Pro, if you click on projects, you'll be creating a file hosted on your computer. But if you clicked on team project, you'll be creating a file that will be hosted on your account in the cloud. With that, you can collaborate with people anywhere in the world. All you just have to do is put their email as people that can have access to that file. And they'll get an email notification with a link to the file. They click on that link, they have access to the same file. So with that Premiere Pro feature, anybody in the videographing industry is using the cloud to collaborate with other people anywhere in the world. Previously, it used to be social media, being able to chat with anybody or video call someone anywhere in the world. But now, it has moved into workforce. People can now collaborate with each other using cloud services, not only to do videos and musics and Google Docs and the likes, but even in the IT space. And that's where we are talking about IES. In the IT space, you can use cloud services like AWS or GCP. You create an infrastructure. I believe that's the one most engineers are very familiar with. You create an infrastructure, you give IAM policies to other engineers, allowing them to have access to different aspects of the same project. Yes, you can give them restrictions. You have access to application server, but you will not have access to web server or web application. You have access to the database since you're a data analyst, but you won't have access to the login server or whatever different aspects. So yeah, cloud adoption, the framework cloud adoption goes beyond IAS, and we already experience that now with other, like using software as a service. Most people currently experience it without even being in the IT space and without even realizing how much cloud has influenced our lives these days. So yeah, that's my take on the topic.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. In fact, what's actually exciting in what you mentioned was about how musicians can collaborate with each other from different locations and give an output or a good result of what they are doing. I think that's among the benefits of cloud, which everyone is adopting now. So the next question will go to Dr. Paul, and here we have. Okay, what role does employee training and culture play in the success of cloud adoption? The role employee training and culture, play in the success of cloud adoption.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that question. So I'll break down the question into two because it's a two-in-one. So the employee training and then the culture. I'm assuming the culture of the organization, the culture in the organization. All right, so starting with employee training, right? So if you are trying to migrate to the cloud, so I'm going to give just like a scenario. Say we have a particular company that have their own data farm or their own servers somewhere in-house, and they're trying to migrate to, say, a cloud provider like AWS or GCP or Azure, right? So firstly, you want to make sure that the skill sets required for that is available within the team, right? You want to make sure that you have people, your employees, you want to make sure that they're able to do that. So now I'm talking of the role of employee training now. So this is the role of employee training. Firstly, you have to make sure that the skill set needed for that particular task is available. So then also, if the skill set is available, we are looking at, okay, so even other skill sets, I'm talking of things like certifications. You want to make sure that within an organization, people keep upskilling, right? No one is really stagnant in one place. I mean, if you have taken like a fundamental certification or like an introductory certification, you can then advance to take like an associate certification, then probably have someone in the team to become a professional or a subject matter expert, like some take a specialty course. So the role of training in cloud adoption is that when you have trained professionals within your organization or your employees, definitely you are confident of the fact that whatever workloads that you are giving to them, they can do it. So now I'll talk about the culture, right? So culture basically is the way things are done in the place, right? I don't want to go to social studies, but yeah, I'll just put it like that, the way things are done. So basically, having a culture of innovation, having a culture of excellence is very important. I'll start with innovation. Innovation is basically new ways of doing things, looking at a particular problem, a particular thing you need to do, and basically thinking, how can we do this in a better way, in a faster way, in a much more efficient way? How can we do it in a way that we are reducing costs, right? So a culture of innovation basically is you training your employees to always have the mindset of trying to, not following the status quo, trying to do things in a new way, right? That's actually very good. I'm sure that's why most big organizations like unicorns, they usually have individuals that's, an organization is as good as the people that are working inside the organization. So when you are like a manager or the executive team, if you can foster that culture of innovation in your organization, you'll be sure that, okay, you understand, you have people that can think of doing things in a different way, right? So that when you have challenges or stuff like that, you know that there are people that can handle that. And then also culture of excellence, right? There's a way to do things in a way that you know that, yes, once I do this, for instance, I'll try and give an example. I'm just trying to think of an example. Unicorns again. Before Paystack came to Nigeria, right, there were actually some other payment providers in Nigeria. That's where I'm talking of 2007, 2008. They had been around for a long time, even before Paystack entered into the market. But we can see that within a very short period, you had Paystack becoming a unicorn. They started supplying services not just in Nigeria, but also to outside Nigeria, right? So it's excellent, really. Doing something in the right and proper way, it can seem very very vague, or can seem very like something that you can neglect. But if you foster that culture right from the start, right, it's basically when you are scaling up, when you are growing big as an organization, you are rest assured that the same culture that started at the beginning will be prepared. And even when you are onboarding new staff, new employees, you understand that the people that they work with, the people that are around them, will be able to rub off on them so that they understand how things are done. Do you understand? So, yeah.
Thank you very much for that. For any company who wants to innovate, that wants to grow, personal development, skill development of employees is so essential. Mr. Larry Hada, would you like to give some insight on that question?
Please, the question again.
All right. So, what role does employee training and culture play in cloud solution, in the success of cloud adoption? What does the role of employee training play in the success of cloud adoption?
The success of cloud adoption, okay, training your employees. Engineer Paul mentioned something about innovative culture. Yeah. So yeah, that's looking at the business from the outside. So having a culture of innovation really goes a long way. Looking from the inside, however, having a security culture is important, because you wouldn't want your company to get hacked at some point. Some companies have a culture where they don't let their employees work on another computer other than their office computers. Some companies have a culture where they don't let employees take company gadgets out of the workplace. And because of that, they can't work remotely, they have to come to the office. Some companies have a culture where they can work remotely and they have the freedom to work from any device that they wish. But the culture of security, I think that is very key. But the training employees, right, if you have employees that are not properly trained with cloud services and cloud, your company will suffer from a level of inefficiency in research. The reason for this is most organizations don't have people at the helm that know how these services should run, or how this infrastructure or these new technologies or innovations should operate. And they depend largely on the expertise of their employees. They need their employees to be well-rounded in some of these knowledge, technologies, understand them properly, and then feed them information of what is possible. But if the person you're looking up to as an expert in your company, in-house, doesn't know about these new technologies, then you can't leverage on them, you can't use them. There is the serverless services, and inside the serverless services, some companies view it as cost-saving metric, a way to save money, as opposed to running the infrastructure directly on an EC2 instance. For context, anyone who doesn't understand this, if you're running an EC2 instance, you are paying for the time that EC2 is running. EC2 is just a computer. So you are paying for every second that thing is running. But if you're running serverlessly, you are only going to be paying for the time that is used. So even though you've already set up the code, you've deployed it, the code is already set in the serverless computer, you won't pay for it until someone clicks on the website link and the website has to load. Then you pay for that. But if you're running it using the regular EC2 instance, you would pay for every second that it is on. So whether someone clicks on the link or not, as long as the code is inside that computer and they provision that computer for you, you pay for it. However, there are cases where serverless infrastructure is gravely more expensive to run than running an EC2 instance. I'll give you an example. Using services like AI, SageMaker. I was running a project and we were supposed to train an AI model for a smart POS. The idea was to have an application inside POS that will help vendors track and do their bookkeeping for them. But we wanted an AI to be inside that app. And to do this, we needed this application to be deployed and running somewhere. So beyond that, before you even set the application, you need the AI to be trained. To train the AI now, we're doing our research, trying to find out, okay, what would it cost us to train this AI? Let's check out AWS, they are popular, right? Let's use one of their serverless policy features, because serverless is cheap, right? So we checked to train that AI model for 1 week. Mind you, we need to train this AI model for a minimum of 3 months before we launch it into the public. To train it for 1 week, the cost metric was around $1,500 just for that serverless feature for 1 week. However, if we were running it on an EC2 instance, using one of the M series, probably either M series or T series, we'd be spending around $100 to $150 per month if we were using an EC2 instance. The idea there is AWS is giving you a computer. Use the computer to do whatever you want, but as long as for every second you're using it, you'll be paying. But if you're using the serverless feature, you'll be paying each time that the thing is running. And when you're training an AI model, it can be running up to 10 metrics or 100 metrics in 1 second, because those things are very fast and you're paying for each one of them. At the end of the day, you're spending up to $1,500. So yeah, training your employees is very important, and the essence of having them trained is so that the company can have leverage, right, with research and innovation, what is possible in the world, like in the world of tech. That's where you get that information from.
Thank you very much for that. So, company needs to, develop the employees' training or their knowledge of cloud before they can leverage the best technology of cloud computing. Thank you very much for that. I'll be throwing we'll be having a session where we can have questions from the invited guests. So, but before that, I would like Mr. Sharifuddin to answer this question. Okay. What are the best practices for selecting cloud service provider that meets business needs? I'll go again. What are the best practices for selecting cloud service provider that meets business needs?
What are the what again?
What are the best practices?
Okay. So the best practices
to select a cloud
provider.
Yeah.
First, I think it's security. So you need to do your assessment again. Look at your current environment. Look at what your environment requires, like security, like data compliance, as Mr. Larry has said. Data compliance. You need to look at cost efficient. Which cloud provider serves you the best cost efficient strategies you get? And I think basically it is security and cost efficiency. You look at how easily you can integrate this cloud service with your on-premise stuff, increase agility, how this cloud service can also helps you with future business needs like innovations, like rolling out new versions. How can you easily integrate this cloud service with your on-premise service?
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Paul Aderodu. Would you like to answer that? So the question again. So, what are the best practices for selecting cloud service provider which will meet the business needs?
Okay, so selection of cloud service provider,
yes.
Not the cloud service, the provider. Okay, yes, as Mr. Sheriff said, you want to look at security, but I think another really key important thing that you want to look at is also the cost, right? You're a business, so I mean, you want to make sure that the cost of running your business and then the cost of running your business and does not basically put you in debt. So you want to look at your revenue, like your estimated revenue for running a particular cloud service, for working with a particular cloud provider, for the services to be using. For instance, now, if on AWS you want to be using their compute resources, you want to be deploying containerized applications, you'd want to understand, okay, what is the cost associated with this? How much will I have to be paying AWS per month to run this particular service? After cost, you're also looking at also scalability. Although most cloud services have good options for most cloud providers have good options for scaling, but scalability is also a very important aspect. Looking at, especially in terms of data, right? Okay, you envisage that in the next couple of months, okay, you're going to be having like a lot of data, going to be scaling probably like a particular database, right? Okay, so how does this particular cloud provider, how does the data scale? What are the things I need to know about? What do I need to create like a backup? How can I do stuff like that? And then also, I want to look at reliability of the cloud provider, right? So this also works in tandem with your organization, right? With your organization, in the sense that it also depends on how they plan to deploy their workloads. For example, now if you're planning on choosing AWS, you know that okay, AWS firstly they have regions globally. That's the first thing. In each region, you have your zones. You have like your data centers where you have your availability zones. So you can now start thinking, okay, if I have end users that stay more in North America, it then makes sense for me to deploy my services to that region. Okay, if I want to deploy to that particular region, how many availability zones are there? How do I make sure that my applications or whatever I'm doing there, my applications or my deployments are reliable, they are resilient? Can I do a multi-region deployment also, if possible? Those are things you need to map out. Most big cloud providers, they actually have very, very similar solutions. They just have different names, but they have similar solutions. So I think the most important thing here for me, for a business, would actually be the cost. To understand the cost that is associated. But the other factors are not then it's not like you're going to leave them out. Things like security, even for security, you have to look at security in the cloud and security, like what the cloud does in terms of security and what you as an organization are doing in terms of security. And then you also have to look at operational efficiency. Yes, very, very important too. So, yeah.
Thank you very much. Mr. Larry Ada, would you like to give insight on that?
All right. Okay, quickly. Governance and compliance. Governance and compliance. Because some cloud providers have restrictions on where their data is stored. Some countries also have restrictions on where data can be stored. If you check the Nigerian customer data policy, there is a limit to where data can be stored. If the data is stored within Nigeria, then you are not required to inform customers where the data will be stored and how the data will be used. But if data is going to be stored outside of Nigeria, part of their requirement is that every single time you collect data from the customer, you need to inform them exactly where the data will be stored and what the data will be used for. There has to be a level of transparency. Then beyond that, you need to prove to the security body, Nigerian security body, that the country that is storing that data for you has a higher or on par security measure with the Nigerian security system. So governance and compliance is very, very important, because without that checked out of the way, a lawyer or a competing organization can sue your company and shut you down once. The other thing is data migration. What is the data migration policy of that cloud platform? AWS has a data migration policy where you pay to move data from Africa. Within AWS, you pay to move data from Africa to Europe or from Europe to US. But if you're moving data within Africa, whether from the South African local region to the Nigerian local region or point of presence, you're not charged for that. But once you move data out to another region within AWS, you're still within AWS, you pay for the data migration. But in GCP, during my certification with Google Cloud Platform, I learned that inside GCP, you don't pay for data migration into GCP and out of GCP. Whether you're sending the data to another region within GCP or to another cloud provider, you don't pay for it. It's free. They call the ingress and egress protocol. So you need to consider the data migration cost. Then, as my co-presenters have said, cost and security. Yeah, security and scaling. Yeah, security and scaling are together. Then cost. I'll speak a little, I'll add to that cost. There is a new announcement by AWS. This came up on the 13th of January. That was about 2 weeks ago. They announced that they now accept 8 new currencies. 8 new local currencies on their platform, which means you can use a local card for any of those currencies and pay for your services in AWS. Now, one of those currencies happened to be Nigerian Naira. So I looked into it. I'm currently working on the YouTube video for that. I'll be releasing that next tomorrow. While I was looking into it, I noticed that the cost migration, the cost of converting your Naira to dollar is about a 6%, 6.8% that goes to the middleman. I'll explain a little on that. If you look at the official rate, and we all know very well, nobody can buy dollar at the official rate. But if you look at the official rate, we are looking at 1,545 naira as at yesterday when I checked. 1,545 naira. But if you check the black market, it's 1,650 naira per dollar. Now you're going to pay AWS in dollars. And the bank will not collect naira from your hand. You have to go to the black market, buy this dollar, go to the bank, give that dollar to the bank, and then go back to your computer system and then press pay so that AWS can collect that dollar from your domiciliary card. Now, by doing this and going through this process, from 645 naira per dollar to, 1,545 naira per dollar to 1,650 naira per dollar, you've lost 6.8% of your money. To put that to scale, according to Voice of Nigeria, they announced that projection for 2024, amount of money that was spent on cloud platform in Nigeria alone is $823 million. Now, out of that on top of that $823 million, Nigerians are paying $53 million to the middleman. That is the 6.8%. They're paying $56 million to the middleman just to convert that naira to dollar.
Can you go back again?
The Voice of Nigeria, you can Google it. Voice of Nigeria, they made an announcement about the projection for 2024. The total amount of money that Nigerian companies, whether local, startup, and the likes, are spending on cloud providers. And the amount, the revenue on this is $828 million. It's projected to grow exponentially by 2025 and so on. That's $828 million. Now, there's no way those companies are paying that $828 million using official rates. They are paying that thing from black market. And at a 6.8%, they are losing $56 million extra just to conversion rate alone. This move that AWS just made significantly helps Nigeria because it shuts down that amount. So I checked the costs on AWS, was looking at, they have their own rates. So what they are now doing is they are now the middleman. They are converting the dollar for you on the platform directly to naira. And they have an asterisk there. The rates keeps changing, so it's not always the same. But the time I checked official rate and checked the rate, I was saying 1,545 naira in official rates, and I was saying 1,575 naira in AWS. That's about 30 naira difference between official rates and what is on AWS. And that significantly cuts down costs if you're looking at spending $5,000 to $10,000 on cloud providing services using AWS. So I think that's also one thing to consider, cost. So those are the four things. Just to reiterate again, the first one was governance and compliance, data migration, scalability and security. Scalability and security. The last one is cost.
Thank you very much for that. In fact, it actually means that more companies are beginning to, join cloud in Nigeria, and they are seeing the benefit. So, last question. We've been talking about security. But before I go, over to you, Mr. Larry. Yeah. So now we are trying to compare AWS and GCP now. But I would like to ask you. I do hear that AWS is it 10 times better than other cloud provider? I don't know if that's true actually. So how is AWS much more better than other cloud providers we have?
All right. Well, I haven't had experience with Azure and Cloudflare and IBM and some of all these other cloud platforms. But I can speak on AWS and GCP because I've gotten my certifications in both cloud providers. Okay, so in AWS, they pride themselves in services, and they have just a plethora of services. They have over 200 services. I think the last time we checked, we're seeing about 300 and something services on AWS, and they have one problem: they are disorganized. Like you want to just log into the platform and you're looking at the console. All the services are just listed out there like blah. They just poured everything out for you. So you're the one that has to go in, figure out what this one is, go in, figure out what the other one is. And if you don't know which service does and how they connect with each other, that's your loss on you. You have to, you can also go to YouTube, go and research, go and ask in the community, but who knows when somebody will respond to you on the community before you figure out what these services are doing. And they're even releasing new services as time goes on. In fact, I think during the re-event, they released some new services. That was in November. Subsequently, January, I think they announced another service that was released, but it was a silent release. They also announced delisting of some services. One of the services they delisted was Snowmobile. Many people might not know It's people that are doing certificates that will know Snowmobile. So Snowmobile is a service in AWS, excuse me, where they allow you to if you have petabytes of data and you want to move that data from on-premises to the cloud, they are going to bring a trailer, a truck, and inside that truck, at the back of the truck, there will be a container with servers, and those servers are EC2 instances with storage space. They are going to come to your facility, download that data at a very high speed from your on-premise infrastructure to that server. And while they are downloading it, they are promising you that your website or your service will be running because they are EC2 instances, they're making sure that it's running. Then they will transport it to their nearest location. I think currently they have one at Ikorodu. Okay, this is insider knowledge. But there's a local zone in Nigeria. It's in Lagos. So they will transport it to one of their local zones where it's going to be moved into an S3 bucket for you. It's very expensive to use this process. They have a security detail feature where there'll be a truck, pickup truck with a security detail, either a military officer or a police officer or something like that, escorting the truck in front and at the back to make sure your data is secured. Well, and there's a tracking system, tracking service, and all that. But as at November last year, they silently announced that they are delisting that service. So it's no more available, unfortunately. So if you are writing exams, it's one less headache to think about Snowmobile in your exams. But yes, back to the question. Please remind me again. I lost my train of thought.
I was actually asking, how is AWS better than other cloud?
Okay, yes. Okay, so because there are so many services in AWS, they're trying to solve so many problems at the same time. And they have so many outlets now scattered in different locations. One would consider that AWS is better, right? But from looking at AWS from the inside and looking at Google from the inside, that's GCP, Google Cloud Platform, it's not a straightforward answer because AWS is rough around the edges. There are so many things about AWS that isn't refined or clean. Some of their services don't function exactly as they said it would. And it gives you more work as a DevOps engineer or as a developer. You have to troubleshoot, figure out why this isn't working, go and read white paper, of which some of us hate reading, documentation, to figure out why some of these things aren't working. And then you find out later that some of the issues are coming from the enterprise, and you have to go and report this directly to AWS and let them know that this issue is going on. And they're using you as an end user to test run some of these services and some of these products, the limits of those services and the products. And I feel that in a way is a shady way to run a business. But for GCP, in GCP, okay. Okay. In GCP, we have they have this. They have an inclusive feature where they try to include open source production. I think one of the features that they created was Kubernetes. I think everybody knows Kubernetes. Yeah, and they made it open source and made everybody to have access to it. And now even other cloud platforms have their own feature or kind of refined version of Kubernetes within the cloud platform. So I think Azure has theirs. AWS has AWS is I think EKS, okay, and then GCP has its own service. But overall, if you are considering based on reach, like region, like expanse, global reach, you want to have access to different specific regions and the likes, AWS is the best place to go to. If you are considering data migration, maybe you are considering cost of one of the services or the other, or you're considering a specific compatibility feature, you might want to consider GCP. I don't know specifically about Azure, but I know a lot of companies pride more on Azure than GCP or AWS.
Yeah. We have, okay, you can stand up and have your say, sir. Mr. Ukeme.
Hi, my name is Ukeme. I'm an AWS community builder. I'm going to disagree with 80% of
80%?
actually,
All right,
because of what you just said regarding AWS. So the actual question was, how is AWS better than other cloud providers? So the first thing is the infrastructure. AWS has the largest infrastructure when it comes to cloud in the world. That's one. Two, we have, like you said, services. I won't say you go to the AWS platform and there's a lot of service, you are confused. No. It is actually very well structured because as you were saying it, I have to go back and open the console to check if I will be confused once I enter the landing page. But no, that's not true. It's actually well structured and there's a new update there. We have a lot of service compared to other platforms. So it's not like I'm being biased. I use GCP at work, right? I use GCP extensively at work. And from the international standpoint, I'm not saying Nigeria, because Nigeria now, they will prefer Microsoft as well because it comes with the other suits and it's just cheap for them to just subscribe to them and they have access to Copilot and other things. AWS internationally is more used by multinational companies and the support. So in terms of support, I won't say, oh, you have an issue, you have to go and contact support. No, that's why we have people like community builders, people like us, people like him. We have community, a very strong community in Nigeria compared to talk less of other parts of the world, right? And we help each other. If you have any issue with AWS, there's no need to contact support. Just go on WhatsApp and say, look, I deployed this thing, I have this error. And you see over 200 people start fixing your problem on the spot. So for me, AWS has the strongest community. For me, when it comes to cloud, not development though. When it comes to cloud, I believe AWS has the strongest community, has more services to solve more problems, and has the largest infrastructure in the world when it comes to cloud. Thank you.
Please, sir, what's the name, sir?
Ukeme.
Oh, Mr. Okome. Okay, thank you very much. I stand to be corrected on the AWS arrangement of features. Some people have gotten kind of feedback from people that want to learn cloud newly, and they always have that issue that they are confused. They don't know what, like when they click on the
SES, there's simple mail manager, I think SES or something like that. So they are quite, there are these kind of services are similar in a way, but it's not like it is. It's not like they are similar, but they have similar features. Like SNS is for notification services and SCS is also for notification. But then they have more specific reasons why they actually is. So and there are quite a lot of services like SQS and want to think of SQS, SNS and Events Bridge, what they do and other things. So they are just names. But then they have similar, if you look at Events Bridge and SQS, and SNS, they have similar features. Yeah. So you want to do, I think there are white papers to differences of these services.
Yeah, Mr. Sheriff, thank you for that. So at Arthurite Integrated, we serve as a solution partner with AWS. Mr. Paul Aderidu, would you like to give a clarification on that? On that topic we are actually contemplating on. So now in 30 seconds, please, because we have fast time.
Okay, so so why AWS is better than other cloud providers? Okay, I mean, firstly, I'll start with community because, as Mr. Okeme said, I started learning AWS through a community. All my certifications and everything, the guidance that I had was actually through communities. So met new people. Apart from community, I would say the services that AWS provides also, AWS has like a plethora of services. I know it's just for you as the end user or as a developer or whoever, a DevOps engineer to actually just sit down and start looking at the documentation so to understand what each of them does. But I think we have services that are really commonly used. You're talking of EC2, compute services, Kubernetes, EKS, for storage S3, stuff like that. So definitely those ones are very, very easy to bootstrap. You can start uploading an entire website to S3 in less than 10 minutes of looking at it. So those are things. In terms of the usability for the user, I actually find that even the new interface now on the console, it's more organized. I mean, in the past, it might have looked a bit scary, just a little, but now it's actually very beautiful. The user interface is more organized. Yes, and with the there's an AI that is currently running on AWS. Even if you have questions, you're looking for a particular service, Amazon Q. Even when you're developing, if you have Amazon Q installed on your text editor or wherever, you can actually use it to debug some errors from AWS. So these are just some of the things that I know off my head, but I'm sure that there are several other things that AWS does better than other cloud providers.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. So AWS has vast services as known to everybody, and they are also doing their possible best to ensure it is simplified for users to use them. So thank you very much, our panelists. It has been a great one. I would like to ask if we have from the audience here some questions. Okay. Can you go ahead and tell us your name and who you're representing and ask your question? Okay.
All right, good afternoon. My name is Dumohaya Prince, and I have a question.
Who are you representing?
I'm presenting myself.
All right, from which university?
All right. No, I'm not a student.
Okay, no problem. You can go ahead.
Actually.
All right, go. Brian.
So while one of the speakers were speaking, he made mention of multi-cloud. So my question is, how easy is it to integrate multi-cloud? Let's say you are using a service from GCP, you are using another service from AWS. How easy is it to integrate them?
All right. All right. Can you give answers to that?
Okay. For multi-cloud deployments, okay. Because I'm a DevOps engineer, I'll just start. Use a tool like Terraform. Okay. That was what I usually use when I'm trying to do stuff like that. So Terraform is a cloud agnostic tool that you can use to deploy services across various cloud providers like AWS, GCP. So basically, you are basically having your resources like compute, storage, writing them as a declarative programming language, understand? And so once you Terraform apply, so you are basically spinning up whatever you started to do. So he said, how easy? Is that what he said? So to me, with that process, it's very easy. But most cloud providers, they have endpoints that you can use to interact with their resources. AWS natively has its own cloud formation stack that you can use. You understand? So you can use like infrastructure as code tool like Terraform to do that. That's what I would use personally, and it's very, very easy. There's also the parts. It's not supposed to be something really difficult. If you really understand wherever you're trying to achieve each of them, understand how the deployment works, it's not that hard, to be very honest. And I'll just give you, like, if you're a cloud engineer, if you work with cloud, you see the services are very similar. Very similar. Compute, storage, networking, they're very similar things. It's just for you, if you understand the fundamentals, you're able to find your way around.
All right, thank you very much for that. I hope that answers that. All right, we have another question from... Okay.
Okay, my name is Sami Opanga. I represent myself, and I come from the community as well. So my question is, why why did you choose AWS over? I'm talking to now Arthurite integrated. Why did you choose AWS over GCP and Azure or Microsoft Azure? Then, when you tell us that, I would like to know um, what's your partnership level with AWS?
Okay. So you asked why Arthurite Integrated is working with AWS. Why did you choose AWS as a cloud provider? Okay. Firstly, I would just like to say AWS is not our exclusive cloud provider. I mean, we have other people that we are working with, but for most of our workloads, we use AWS. So, firstly, I would say accessibility, right, and support. AWS themselves, they have an office in Nigeria that you can physically go to. So in terms of, we need to meet like a resource person from there, it's very easy. And AWS has, if you're an AWS partner, there are a lot of dedicated services that are available to you. Like you have, once you go to your partner login console, some of them that are available to you. You see the different perks that are available, like as a cloud partner, there are some exclusive things that you can use, that you can utilize, features that you can use so that for the clients that you're working with, to be able to benefit from them. And also, yeah, in terms of support now, so I talked about access, support, there's a lot of support in AWS. Even apart from the community, like the main AWS staff, like I don't know if you have opened the tickets on AWS before. You probably get your answer very easily. So it's very difficult to be stranded like that. I'll put it like that when you're using AWS. And the plethora of services that AWS offers is what a lot of businesses in Nigeria or even outside Nigeria that are looking to digitalize themselves really, really need. So that is one of the key reasons why AWS is one of our key working partners.
Yeah, thank you for that. I hope that answers your question, sir. Yes. Do we have any other question from the audience, sir? Kindly signify with a raise of hand if you have. But if not, then we draw the curtain of this session. I would like to appreciate our panelists for joining, Mr. Paul, Mr. Lariada, and Mr. Sherifuddin. Thanks for joining us today. I do have you guys nice. All right. So okay, a good picture. Yeah, thank you very much. We'll be having a short break and we will be back shortly. Sorry, so you can, during this short break, it's a time for us to network with each other, get to know who we are, and from here, you don't know the next thing from this personal event. Yeah.
To the sounds you love. Take your playlist.
I find it easier to bear it. When I try to read, I should. When I go to the academic part, it's just writing. That is it. Pictures, you see short videos. So it's easier for you to digest and practicalize. It's easier for you. When I enter into the lab, and I start doing like 3 this year. Like my sister in February. Yeah, my social activity now for that year. I feel like it was others.
Play the music the moment is calling for, whether it's turning
DJ, music. Thank you very much, DJ. Yes, please, if you are outside the event hall, please, you can go back to your seats now, please. We're about to continue the session. So please go back to your seats if you are not seated, please. We'll have about 1 or 2 minutes for that to happen. But while we are doing that, I just want to talk about what we're doing in the next session. So we'll be showing, we'll be launching an application, just an application that was built using AWS serverless tools at this event. But before that happens, I would like to recognize the presence of someone very special amongst us. Please, can we give a round of applause for Ms. Justina Omoife, who is the AWS Territory Manager in Nigeria. Yeah, you can just have your seats. Yeah, thank you very much. Yes, so Ms. Justina Omoife is the AWS Territory Manager for Nigeria, and we are happy to have her here amongst us. All right. Sorry. Yes, and I'll show us the charts. All right, but before we talk about the application, I would like Ms. Justina to just give us a few words. She's a friend of the company, and we'd just like her to say a few things. All right, thank you very much.
Hi everyone, good afternoon. My name is Justina Omoife, and I just do a bit of introduction. I work with Amazon Web Services as a territory manager, and I've been with AWS now 2 years and a couple of months. So, why am I here today? I'm here today because Arthurite Integrated is an AWS partner. I know some of you might be wondering, AWS partner, so what's the link with AWS? What's the link with AWS? In AWS, we've got something, we call them APN. That's the AWS Partner Network, right? It's anybody you see calling themselves AWS partner, we vetted them. That's AWS has vetted the company, right? So they are very competent. They are eligible to carry out solutions, specialized solutions for our customers. You know, so Arthurite Integrated is one of our AWS partners, and I want to let you guys know that if they tell you that they are going to do this, they will do this, right? The importance of an AWS partner is they help with the heavy lifting and the shifting, right? Anything at all, right? Technically, it could be that you want to migrate some things from AWS from on-prem rather to AWS. They would ensure that they get it right. Instead of actually companies that do not have in-house AWS knowledge, that's where the AWS partner come in place, right? They help you ensure that you get all the right knowledge. We say that cloud is affordable. I don't know if you guys have heard that. We say cloud is very affordable, but the truth is, if things are not done right, you end up spending a lot. Trust me, I don't know if some people have tested and they've been burnt by some dollar bills, right? So you need to do things right. So that's where our AWS partner comes in play, because over time, they've worked with a lot of customers and they've done this thing over and over and over again. So they'll bring all their expertise to the customers and help them. So I just wanted to put that few words for them, that that an AWS eligible partner, and they can help you carry out your solutions. And also to drop this news, AWS has been in Nigeria for more than 2 years. I just wanted to put that in for maybe those of us that don't know. We have an office in Victoria Island, yes. And the good news that came to us in the beginning of this year is you can now pay your bills in Naira. So before, you only pay your bills in dollars, right? But now you can pay your bills in Naira with your debit card. So I think I just wanted to share that few points. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Ms. Justina, for that. That was really beautiful. Thank you very much. All right, so I have with me here my colleague, Akonde Toribi is a software engineer and also a cloud engineer. So we're talking, firstly, I'll speak regarding this application just to explain the architecture behind it and how it functions, basically. Yeah. So, yeah, thank you very much. So what we have here is a serverless end-to-end application. So the name of the application is Green Eats. It's basically an e-commerce site for buying and selling food items for now, just for now, Green Eats. So talking about the tech stack involved before the deployment, the front end, Tori will talk about that.
Yeah, good afternoon. Akonde Olalekan. I'm a solutions engineer at Arthurite Integrated. So we all know for a website, there will be a front end and a back end. So the front end, I happen to be the one to build the front end, and we used Next.js. And why? Because it has so many advantages. It's very easy to create a super fast application using Next.js, and it has many benefits like server-side rendering, API routes, and even routing of pages. It's very easy to implement. So in this app now, we have endpoints, right, that are created with Amazon API Gateway. So on the front end, the endpoints were integrated using API routes in Next.js. So as a client, you are coming from the front end, you'll be integrating with Amplify because the front end was deployed on Amplify. Then from Amplify, you are not going to, from the client, you are interacting with API routes from Next.js. That's like a dedicated backend for additional security. So from that Next.js app, you'll be going to Amplify and then to API Gateway, which my colleague here will now explain the whole processes that will be happening in the AWS ecosystem.
All right, thank you very much. So for the backend, quickly, the backend was created using Node.js. It's an Express server. So we're using Bcrypt for authentication of users. So now, for the deployment of the backend was deployed as a serverless function on AWS Lambda, right? So now, and then the trigger is basically an AWS API gateway. That's what triggers the function to execute the backend anytime request is sent. So now, the life cycle of the application, how it works is, so once the customer creates the accounts and they log into the application, right, so they're able to view the available products or services that are there. So for instance, if a vendor is selling jollof rice and chicken, something like that, the vendor would have posted it. So the client side for the customer, because we have the customer's dashboard and the vendor's dashboard, for the customer, they can see these orders and then place the order via the front end. So when that happens, it triggers an API gateway response. The request is sent, and then on Lambda, the first thing that we do is we queue the orders using SQS. Right, so Amazon SQS is a queuing service basically in order to, because of you might have very asynchronous activities working from the back end, in order not to lose some of these requests, we queue them. So now once that is triggered, so for the vendor receives a notification by email immediately once an order is placed, so that they can quickly start working on the order, and the status of the order at that point is being processed. So the client also receives like an email also through Amazon SNS that is actually working with SES. So on SNS the notification service, we're using SES as the subscriber. You know, for SNS you have to subscribe to the notifications. So we're using SES because of our clients are getting authenticated using their emails. For a more robust solution, we can also have things like phone numbers, things like that, so they can get like SMS notifications anytime orders are placed. But for now, we're just using SES. So now, and then these notifications are also, these orders are stored in a MongoDB database, which is a kind of like a no document database. And then for debugging and for monitoring, basically, we're using Amazon CloudWatch, which is tightly incorporated with the API gateway and also with the Amplify. Now, in cases where they have edge instances, maybe some verification process or any error that we need to debug, we can easily go to our CloudWatch console and see what errors are done there. So we'll be doing the live demo now, actually. So we'll be working through the application together, right? So as I said earlier, so this is it. This is the home page. Very simple. So now you can see there are two categories of clients here. We have the vendors, and then we also have the customer. Okay, I think you can actually access this on your phone. If you check your tags, there is a QR code, so you can go to the website yourself. There's a QR code on your tag. You can scan it. It takes you to a link tree, and then you see green "It's" on that link tree. Just click on it. It will take you straight to the application. Since we will be the customers, so once you go there, just click on customer login. So from my end now, I'll just try to create a product by a vendor, so that's, you see that. So I'll go here to the vendor because I'm a vendor. So click on register because this is the first time I'm using this application. My username can be anything. I'll say Paul Uju. So, yeah, I want you to be typing. Just be careful. So yeah. So name can be anything. Uju, Paul. So email. So this temp mail. No, go back. So temp mail. Load it again. Load it. So just for the purpose of demonstration, we're using a temporary email address that we'll just get from temping. Yeah, it's still generating. So, but for you use the client's login, not the vendor. But we want to create a product here. So yeah. So put your email address and then put your password. And then so for a vendor, they would have their store name, right? So you can just put something there, registers. So then you register. Scroll up. Yeah. Scroll up. So the registration is successful. Then we'll proceed to login. So So log in using our credentials. Now this is a very vital step. The first time you log in, because we are running our AWS SES in a sandbox, you need to verify your email, right? So once you log in, you get this thing that email verification required. The email address you use to register, AWS will send you, SES will send you a link to get verified. So we'll go back here. So scroll down, you can see we already got the mail. So click on it. Let's get verified. So you just click on the link. Once you click on the link, you are verified. It doesn't take so long. Yeah, just copy it. So copy image URL address here. All right. So, yeah, I think the verification, we're having some network here, but we're saying congratulations, you have it verified. So once that is done, you can just refresh your dashboard as a customer or a client. So you see that. So now for this particular vendor, they can manage their menu by creating a new order. So we're going to do that. So you can put the name of the item. Here it would be fried rice, actually. Fried rice. So you put the price description, hot fried rice. Yeah. So you can increase the price of whatever you want to sell. So you can just put like, so put like 2,000 naira. So then the quantity, okay, category, okay, you can just put as pastries. We would have more categories, so you can just put like 1,000 for the number of, so yeah, exactly. So for the number of packs of fried rice you have, you can put it here. So now we're also using the SQS to send a feedback to our Mongo database. So anytime an order comes in, for instance, someone orders for 5 packs, that person orders for 100. So now we don't want to have an issue where an order is getting processed when the number of available items, food packs that the vendor has finished. So what we do is that once an order comes in, we'll first check using SQS. SQS will send a request to our MongoDB database to check if we have enough packs in our database that can fulfill that order. So if it's not enough, to try an error, but if it's enough, then you can go ahead to make the order. So we'll add this item now. You can see that the item has been added successfully. So if you go back to the main menu now. So yeah, for the customer, yeah, okay, let's log in. So for the customer, so you can see that we can see the fried rice that was added there. So you can add it to your cart. Yeah, so once you have logged in as a customer, you can actually start placing your orders. So once you place your order, you will get an email that talks about your process, like the order has been processed. So once you start ordering, you start seeing it here, right here on our dashboard for the vendor. So I want to start seeing your orders. Can someone else try? So that is not difficult. Just scan the QR code on the back of your tag. It takes you to a link tree. Click on green eats. From there, you create an account. Yes, put here for the card details. Not validate anything. Just put anything here. So I would want you to specifically order for the fried rice because it was created here. So I'm very sure a lot of you, since we can order, that means you got the SES mailing service to verify, right? Mr. Okeme? You got the SES verification. Yes. So you verify your email. So once you verify your email, you can start placing your orders. Yes, exactly. So the message is coming for Amazon for the verification process. Okay, I think I have seen a new order. So Mayowa Fajubi has already ordered for fried rice. I can see it on the vendor. So, but to answer your question, sir, yes, because we are running for our SES, I will explain it. The environment we are running it is a sandbox. It's not a complete production environment. So for AWS to add your email as a subscriber to SNS, it needs to verify you. If I was running this on a production environment, before deploying this application, I would have written like a short documentation to AWS to manage how I want to manage my subscriptions. You know, for mailing list, you can have like so that you as a customer can unsubscribe. So I would have worked on that, but because of the limited time we had to work on this, so that's why we had to do that. Just had about 1 or 2 weeks here to work on it. So that's why we need to verify each person, whether you're a vendor or a customer, you need to get verified. So I'm sure Mayowa, okay, you can see prints, yes. Exactly. So these are 2 new orders for fried rice just today. So for the vendor, if I go to their email now, so let's go back. Yeah, go back. Just click on back. I hope that email will not have disappeared. Go back. So yeah, back to list. Sure. Scroll down. No. It's loading. Okay, so let's refresh this. Yeah, it's probably a network issue. I just wanted to show you that the vendors were also receiving, although from the dashboard they can manage their orders, but also via email they can see all the orders that are being placed live. Yeah, but I just want to confirm, you as the clients, I want to confirm if you are receiving notifications regarding your orders. Okay. So when it comes to manage orders, yeah, let's see. Exactly. So Safara, Seta, Prince, Fajibe, and John just placed their orders. So from our dashboard there, we can mark them as being completed because we are the vendors. So if we had packaged our orders and then dispatched it, we just mark it as being completed there. And they, on their end, will receive email notifications that their orders have been completed and are being delivered. So now this entire workflow is actually, it's a very useful concept, especially for logistics, businesses, e-commerce businesses that have to sell something online, where you know that you need to receive real-time notifications, both as a vendor and both as a customer. On our dashboard there, we've been able to actually incorporate that on our dashboard, but also by email service, you get that as a client, who places an order and also as a vendor. So now, why this makes sense is that all of this, right, was deployed using serverless, right? So I do not have to, for the backend now, I do not have to create an EC2 instance, do you understand? So I wrote the backend code and I used a framework called serverless. It's a very popular framework that you can use to deploy your backend or your code to AWS or any cloud provider of your choice, because I would have loved to show you my code, but for some reason my laptop is not compatible with the HDMI code. I would have showed you the front-end and back-end applications, how we structured the application, the file, the directories, how each part is working, especially for the SES, SNS, and SQS, because it was very interesting working with them. I'll just talk about some of the challenges I faced. Toby also talk about challenges I faced. So as the backend developer and also as solutions engineer that deployed the backend, the first challenge I faced was, I'll talk about deployments. So now deploying these to Amazon Lambda. So when you the way Lambda works is that when you deploy something to Lambda, like a function, so when Lambda needs to invoke that function, it needs to assume a role. So it's called a role. You see it if you go to the Lambda console, under your configuration, under your permissions, you see it. So Lambda needs to create a role and assume that role to execute any function. So now, normally, when you are creating a Lambda function, you can, most times the roles you create is just to work within Lambda. You understand? Okay, Lambda needs to invoke a function. It needs to get the request from probably API gateway, SQS, anything that you're using for your request. Lambda needs to do that. So it will assume that role and then approach that particular service as on AWS that, okay, this is me, I'm Lambda, I'm representing this particular account. I need to access your request, right? So now, for some reason, I don't know if this is an edge case, but because I've worked with Lambda before, but during this particular deployment, because this was the first time I was going to work with SQS, I noticed that, so for when Lambda assumes a role normally, it creates a temporary credential. You get, so I'm very sure that if you're a programmer or a developer, when you create your AWS account, in your identity and access management, you can create some users or a user group. And once you create your user, you would have your access keys and secret keys, right, that you can use during your development. But Lambda normally does not use those keys. So when Lambda wants to assume a role, it will create some temporary credentials. Do you understand? To use to access those. This is just a security thing by AWS. In order not for, if somebody acts into your account now, and if that particular credential is permanent, you can just basically use it to access anything. Do you understand? But the issue I was having is that when Lambda was creating these temporary credentials, they were expiring on time. That was the first issue. And then the second issue was that for some reason, which I still don't understand at this point, but I found a workaround, the credentials, some of them were being invalid in the sense that the tokens that these credentials were sending to the other AWS services were returning that these tokens are not valid to work with us. And that was even after setting my permissions. I basically wrote the policies, wrote it by myself. I had to double check using AI to make sure that I got everything right, because when I was seeing these errors, but these were the challenges I came across and how I was able to overcome it. Basically, I remember the documentation, so white paper to really read about this, and then I think it was just an edge case. So there's AWS has a new SDK, right? So version 3. So some things were not working well because I was using version 2 of the SDK. So some things were not working well on the version 2. So this is just like an advice to any developer here. If you are going to be using AWS SDK for anything backend related, just use version 3. In order not to avoid problem that you're not sleeping in the night. I know what I'm saying. So I think you should just switch to version 3. Version 3 was released, I think, a couple of months ago. So the adoption is not widespread. A lot of people are still on version 2, but going forward, definitely I'll be using version 3. And then the other challenge I faced was having to manage my queues, because as I said earlier, for the way the application works is when you place an order, we'll first check the database. By the way, we're using MongoDB for our database. So we first check the database if we have enough orders. So the challenge I had there was having to communicate between MongoDB and SQS, but I found a way around that too. So it's actually quite easy, to be honest. It's just some methods that were attached to some functions that I did not know about on MongoDB. That was the other thing. I think these were the challenges I faced. Regarding the back end, Tori, do you want to say some things?
So
Yeah. Very correct. You can use the MongoDB, sir. Okay, sir. So the reason why I used MongoDB was the fact that when I was configuring my DynamoDB, I had some. So I was not using my personal account, so I didn't have access at that point to DynamoDB. So because of the back and forth bureaucracy, so I just had to use MongoDB as the placeholder. When we are done, this application will be on AWS Marketplace. So you can basically use it, download it, and use it from your end. Because we're an AWS partner, we can post applications. And we'll also be posting a case study about it on AWS Marketplace. So you can read more about the application, probably fine-tune it if you want to use it or deploy it, fine-tune it by yourself. You can also probably release the codes, make it open source in case you want to use it for a DB. So that was the only reason why I used MongoDB. That was the only reason, because of some permission issues I was having for MongoDB.
Yes. I didn't face many challenges. The first challenge was that there was no design, because most of the times I work with designers. They give me a Figma file, I check it out, and I build it out. But in this application, we only have 2 weeks, and there's no designer, so I have to think of the design from the scratch. So I build everything from the scratch, thinking about the design, the file structure, the framework to use, and in the authentication and authorization, I don't want to use local storage to save tokens. So I had to learn about NextAuth to manage sections and manage tokens. I think those are just the challenges I faced.
Right, okay, we have another question.
All right. So when placing my order, okay, I actually manage an e-commerce website from the back end. So I experienced an issue in my work that I also experienced with your app now. Yes. So after placing the order, it stays on this order screen. I experienced it on my website. So I had to tell the guys that I'm experiencing this, and they fix it. So what can you use to fix it? Or what did they use to fix mine?
It's very easy. It's a front-end thing. Okay, answer it.
This is just like a routing issue. It's a very simple stuff. So when placing an order, you are using a function to handle the submit details. It gets the info from the form inputs and send it to the API endpoint. Then on submit of the page, on success, it has to route it to another page, or just open up a modal to tell you that, okay, your order has been completed. You just use the routing system of Next.js to route it to the home page or any other page you want it to go.
Yeah, it's a routing issue. No, it's something you can actually fix on the product, but yeah, it's a routing issue. So the thing is, when the order is created, as we talked about, so it sends the request to the backend through API gateway. So then it processes the order you get, and then it returns a response. So most times, a status code of 200 means that's a successful. Okay, this time to be 201 because we created an order, something was created. So that'll be status code of 201, and then to send back some details in JSON. So on the front end, what is listening for is just the status code. If it's 201, that means it was successful. We just tell you, okay, this particular order has been successful. Then to route you probably like to a page where you can manage your orders, like a cart, like a place where you can see your orders to see how they've been done and what's the status. On the vendor dashboard is actually more robust because they can, okay, I don't know, please can you share the laptop screen? Yeah, thank you. So for the vendors, it's a bit more robust for them because they can see the orders that are being processed and ones that are completed for them. So you just need to do something like this, very similar for the customer, so that you also get routed to a page like this anytime an order is placed. Also, you can also even retrieve the details of what the orders you placed. You ordered for fried rice yesterday. In a week's time, you should still be able to know that a week ago you were able to order for fried rice via everything that was gotten from the response. Do you understand? Yes.
Choose where to route the success page to. The reason is, let's say a customer buys fried rice. And I know when you are eating fried rice, you would like to use a very chilled Coke. So after your fried rice order is complete, can I route them to my Coke page where I sell Coke? Can I route them to any page I want to?
Oh, yes, that's very true. You have to work with the front end and back end to make this happen. Fried rice is like a food, right? And it needs refreshment. So you have an endpoint that returns the refreshment. So on the front end, you check the food order, you check the category. Is it a food that needs refreshment? If it is, then you route it to the refreshment page. You get the Oscar.
Yeah, very correct. And also, another thing about Camino, because we also have a cart functionality. So before you check out, you can choose to add everything you need. So fried rice, Coke, and water. That can be very okay. Then on your cart, you not check out everything at the same time, which also makes sense. So that instead of ordering them one by one, you can just order for them at the same time. You understand? Yeah. So I mean, we are working on. We have our documentation for this case scenario. We are working on it. So once we are done, we'll publish it. Probably make an announcement about it. The application will be on AWS Marketplace in case you want to utilize it. So Yeah. So please, if you're okay, Mr. Larry has a question.
Yes, please. I'm pointing this out because I heard you mention you want to deploy this on a marketplace. So on my phone, I'm seeing something went wrong. So I don't know, maybe is it that he's expecting I should put my accurate card details before that would work? I didn't get any notification. I can check to confirm.
Yes, the issue here is that we have very little time to build the app. So if you are not logged in, the app was supposed to, you are not supposed to order anything. Let's say you go to the app, right, the first page, you click on order now, you add to cart. You are not verified. Verified, yes. So if you are not logged in and you click on order now, the app was supposed to give you a notification that, okay, log in and verify. So that was just timeline issue.
Yeah, so regarding the verification, as I said earlier, because I used a sandbox for the SES, so in a production environment where you'd be having like thousands of customers per day, you might not want to verify each of them at every point. Probably at the point where they create their accounts, you verify them. Right? You can actually, once you are able to supply AWS with a proper documentation that shows them how you want to manage email subscriptions to allow you use that deployment environment instead of a sandbox. So that's very workable. You can just open, in short, anytime on the SES console, once you go there, you see like, okay, deploy via sandbox, and then you want to deploy to production, they will automatically open a ticket for you to support. So support will now reach out to you and ask you, okay, you want to push an application to production with SES. Can you kindly tell us how you want to manage your subscriptions? If you're able to provide a very good documentation regarding that, they then grant you access to use the production environment, which will not utilize a lot of verification processes, just a very few. Okay, Mr. Schindler.
Yeah, I just want to add to what you said about ACS and what you said about ACS. You can also use AWS Cognito to handle your authentication and authorization. AWS Cognito. Yeah. So instead of integrating SES and going through the issues of, so Cognito sends you email for verifications and all those things. So you can actually use AWS Cognito too.
Yeah, Amplify also uses AWS Cognito, and it provides UI itself, so it's very easy to implement.
Yeah, I think some of the students outside now also have questions. I don't know if one of the volunteers or ushers can help us canvas around to know if there are questions from outside so that they are not left out of the whole event. Yeah. So just be a few minutes. So yes, as I said, we'll release the white papers very soon. We already have our SOW in place. All right. So this was just a session to really talk about serverless architecture. I mean, the deployment itself is not really difficult. If you plan to deploy programmatically, like from your terminal, you can probably create an EC2 instance to do that. Or you can do it locally. I did mine locally. Installed the required packages and dependencies. I configured my AWS profile, and I was able to deploy as myself, like as Paul, under a certain organization, so that's granted me the required permissions to deploy. But you can also do it manually too. It's just that for large-scale deployments, I will not encourage you to do it manually because of the fact, human error, definitely. Because if you are using an application that needs to access like 20 different services on AWS, it might be a bit difficult configuring each service one by one on the UI, but you can do that programmatically, which I did. So all my SES, SQS, and SNS configurations were done from Node using AWS SDK. So it has an SDK toolkit for developers to use to create or to programmatically access AWS. So that was what was done. Okay. So are there any questions from outside? Okay, no questions. All right. Okay, one more question.
Good day. So my question is like, why do you kind of scatter everything around? Because a MongoDB is more like a database, Amplify is more like a backend as a service. Why are you guys like scattering everything around? Maybe you have MongoDB here, you have Amplify here, you are using Nextdoor instead of Cognito. So I just want to ask that. You see that what made you guys make that decision?
Okay, all right. I mean, for us personally, it was just because of ease and timeline. All right, so within the team, we already had someone that was very good with MongoDB and someone that was already very good with Amplify, right? So it was just ease. And next, someone that was very like skilled already. So the thing is, I mean, even for different organizations, companies, or startups, like you are very flexible to use whatever services that you want to achieve your goal. As far as you're able to achieve your objective, I don't think it's a big deal. Although AWS has like a course suite for some of these services, as he pointed out, Cognito can be used actually with Amplify Auth for managing authentication. So for every session, when someone logs in and someone logs out, you can use Cognito to manage that. But on the back end, I already manage that using encryption services like Bcrypt. Do you understand? I actually created a custom token extractor on the back end. So you could have used KMS or something, but I created that because I've done it in the past. I know how to do it. So it was just like easy for me. I was looking at speed. I was just wanting to make sure the application was live. So that was the thing for us. Definitely, that's the beautiful thing about technology. There are different ways to achieve your particular goal. You don't even have to limit yourself. There are different ways to achieve anything you want to achieve. Thank you for that question, though.
Question.
Thanks, God.
Carry on. I can't hear you. Can you talk now? You can go ahead, ask your question now.
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. You said something about using serverless framework that it integrates with AWS easily. Okay, like for instance now, I'm an expert on Golang Fiber dev. So like, will it work fine, like perfectly, just like the way the serverless framework will work?
Yes, very beautiful question. The simple answer is yes, to work perfectly. In short, for this particular application, the backend was created using Express.js. So Express.js is like a framework on top of Node. So it's mainly Node, but it was deployed as an Express application. And definitely for Golang too, yes, because Lambda, so the entire application was deployed as a Lambda function. So Lambda supports a lot of languages like Node, Python, C#, Ruby, Golang, and others. So they are supported languages. So what you can just do is just read the documentation for each one of them. So and also decide on how you want to deploy. If you want to deploy from the console, like you can actually upload a zip file of the application. Once you build the application, you can export it as a zip file and open it. And then, or you can deploy from your terminal, which was the way I did mine. So any way you want to do it is very fine. But AWS serverless frameworks support all those things you mentioned, yes. Thank you for the question. Any other question? Okay, no other question from outside. All right. Thank you very much. I hope you've been able to learn one or two few things regarding AWS serverless architecture. Please feel free to reach out to us, Arthurite Integrated, even after this program. If you need more clarification on anything, we'll be posting more educational materials in the coming days also. So that will be all for the demo. So we are going into our next panel session. So just yes, in the next less than 5 minutes, we'll just clear up this place and start the panel discussion. Thank you very much.
So we welcome back. Good afternoon once again. So we'll be starting our second panel section. We'll be inviting three experts. And the first person is Dr. Idris Shogune, please. So we also have Engineer David Ukeme. Then we also have Miss Sophia. I don't know how to pronounce the last. Can you please put their bio up? So Dr. Idris Shogule is an IT expert, an educator, and an author. So he's a distinguished IT expert with 14 plus years of experience in IT services and virtual learning. He holds multiple degrees, including a PhD in Information Science and Technology, and certifications in AWS Cloud, Solutions Architect, and DevOps. As the CEO of InfoLab Technology Services, he leads global IT services and virtual training initiatives. He co-founded Trustbound ICT Training Center and has worked with NITDA, MJFP, and 3MTT to advance digital literacy in Nigeria. An accomplished author of Python Demystified, Dr. Shogule is passionate about mentorship and coding bootcamps, training students across the UK, US, and Canada. His contributions to IT and education have earned him multiple awards, solidifying his global impact. Can we please give a round of applause? You're welcome. So Miss Ujunwa Sophia Njoku. So he's a DevOps engineer and a cloud advocate known as Techinos, who transitioned from nursing to technology. She's specialized in cloud solutions that drive business transformation, optimizing operations and efficiency. As a DevOps content creator, Ujunwa simplifies complex technical concepts through engaging videos and articles. Her work bridges technology and business strategy, making cloud adoption accessible to organizations. Passionate about digital transformation, she empowers businesses and individuals to stay agile and competitive. Ujunwa's journey and expertise continue to inspire aspiring tech professionals and shape the future of cloud innovations. Let's give a round of applause. So we have our third panelist. So Engineer Ukeme David Eseme is a seasoned blockchain DevOps engineer, AWS Cloud engineer, and AWS community builder with a distinguished career in driving innovation and excellence within the realms of cloud computing and blockchain technologies. His expertise lies in leveraging cutting-edge tools and methodologies to optimize decentralized systems and ensure robust infrastructure management. In his current role as DevOps engineer at Supra Oracles, Ukeme is at the forefront of blockchain infrastructure operations, managing a complex ecosystem of over 100 machines. His responsibilities include deploying blockchain nodes on AWS and GCP, orchestrating Kubernetes environments, and utilizing proprietary tools like the Sopra binary and Ethereum virtual machine. His contributions have been instrumental in ensuring high availability, scalability, and resilience for next-generation blockchain applications. Ukeme's passion for technology extends beyond his professional work. As an AWS community builder, he actively engaged in mentoring aspiring engineers, delivering impactful talks at industry events like this one, and sharing valuable insights on topics such as DevOps, blockchain, and cloud technologies. His dedication to knowledge sharing and community empowerment highlights his commitment to advancing the global tech landscape. With a proven track record of excellence, Ukeme David SMA continues to inspire and lead in the fields of blockchain and cloud computing, making him a respected figure in the technology community. Please let's put our... So we have a couple of questions for our panelists. So my first question is, how can businesses leverage cloud computing to stay competitive in an ever-evolving market?
Okay, one way business can leverage cloud computing to stay competitive is, let's take an e-commerce site as an example. Let me say, doing Black Friday sales, there will be high traffic or high demand. So with cloud computing, you can easily scale up to meet that demand, and also you can easily scale down once that demand is low. So that's one advantage businesses can have using cloud computing. Then another one is security. They can leverage cloud computing inbuilt security features. Let's take, for example, AWS. They can use their identity management to assign permissions and roles. They can also use their encryption, KMS key, to encrypt their data, also make use of the firewalls to restrict access and enable and restrict access. So these are the ways that businesses can leverage cloud computing to stay ahead in today's market.
Thank you so much. Do you want to add something?
Oh, very good. One thing one or two other reasons why.
Can you please put it in? Thank you.
Can be at an advantage over others, and that is the area of cost optimization. Anytime I'm talking about cloud computing, business want to know how they can run their business and make profits. So, talking about having your business in cloud, aside the credibility, flexibility, security, cost is of essence as well. So I will add cost as another advantage where business has to leverage on cloud computing.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Shogmile. We'll just go to the next question. And the second question is that, what are some key examples of companies transforming their operations using cloud innovation? Can you please hear?
I'm not a business guy. I'm the engineer, so I can't answer that question.
Of course, there are business nowadays that all know that they leverage on the cloud to deliver their service. Example of it is Uber, Netflix. These are companies that leverage on the cloud to deliver their service. So in terms of delivery, very fast. In terms of accessibility, very fast. Anyone who was there can just sit down here now and book your Uber, and they take you to where they're going with less cost. So these are some of the companies around us leverage on cloud environment to deliver their service. It is not of Netflix. This is a video streaming company. They are able to put online, you can stream, can have access to multiple video at the time. The same goes for this transport, the area of Uber and the other ones, the boots. These companies leverage on cloud to ensure that their service is very flexible, very easy, and cost optimized.
Yeah, thank you. Dr. Ukeme, you mentioned Netflix and you are in the blockchain technology too. Can you just give us a brief overview of how you engineer your infrastructures in the companies to leverage the cloud?
Okay, so we use cloud a lot, and when we say global and visualization, I kind of have experienced it firsthand, because we manage, at the moment, it's actually close to 600 machines I manage. So these machines are actually cross-regional. So when you are building a blockchain system, it needs to be decentralized, meaning the machine should not be in one region, right? So it's kind of like a global thing. So you can have 5 machines in the US, East 1. You can have 20 machines in Asia, West 5, those kind of things. So cloud actually gives us that high availability. Because now we can't start saying because we want to decentralize our system, we will now go to each country and start building our own data centers. Do you get? That's going to cost a lot of money and effort. So cloud, in that sense, solves that problem.
Thank you so much. Do you have anything to add? Okay. Do you have anything to add? Okay, thank you. What are the challenges companies face in adopting cloud-driven transformation, and how can they overcome it? Challenges companies face in adopting cloud transformation.
Okay, one challenge is, I would say, is when it comes to training their teams, like their team. When you're looking at adopting a cloud strategy, right? You're doing this with humans. Is your team or employees that will be in charge of migrating the data and setting up the infrastructure and all of that. So one challenge is having a team that is not really well equipped in cloud environment. So to face this, you have to train your team, carry them along in cloud computing trends, cloud computing technologies, and all of that. Then another challenge is security aspects. When it comes to some institutions like banking, they take security compliance serious. Yeah. There are some data that you don't really store in clouds. So you need to look at your systems or your process. Should I really move this to cloud or not? Should I move this data to cloud or not? So I think security is another aspect that companies have an issue with, but they can also fix it by looking. They don't really need to adopt cloud they don't need to adopt cloud completely. They can do hybrid. Maybe some data or informations that they are very strict with when it comes to security compliance. They can just leave it on-prem. Then those that are not really that strict, they can move it to the cloud.
Yeah, thank you so much.
So the question is about the challenges they face when they want to adopt cloud. So most of the times it depends on architecture and legacy code. You have some companies who have some architecture written in C or some very old language, and it's just strict running in one data center somewhere in Lagos with cobwebs all around it. And the idea is they have to, the challenge they would first of all face is actually that re-architecting the entire framework. So they need to re-strategize, redraw how this legacy code that runs on an old server on-prem can now run on the cloud. And that's a big challenge. Most consulting companies, they get that project and they make a whole lot of money just by redesigning the architecture.
Thank you.
Let me just add this. Challenges in trying to change our business model from the on-premise to the cloud. Aside what you have mentioned, the of security and in training, management is of essence as well. Those who manage the business on-premise and immediately want to transform to the cloud, it's become difficult sometimes. Sometimes you might need to change the entire team because they have a system, they have a mode of operation. So before changing to that, it might take a quiet system. Let me give a very good example. 2 years ago, because I'm into education, I'm into edutech, my technology rally around education. For the last 5 years, WAEC has been trying to change from paper-based exam to CBT. Do you know the challenges they face? About 4 years ago or 3 years ago, thereabout, WAEC realized that they spend huge amount of money on printing of exam questions. So they decided to build their own printing press with billions of nairas. Now that businesses are moving to the cloud and education advocacy is now on tech. Now, trying now to change. Remember that just 3 years ago, they invested millions of naira bringing up their own printing press. So in that wise, because of course talking about CBT, you're talking about taking the exam internet. And they have to adapt some of this cloud environment to ensure security, scalability, and cost optimization. So the challenge they are now facing, okay, what happened to millions of naira we have expended just years ago on having our own printing press? So there is bound to be a tug of war, and that is a big challenge in trying to move from the on-premise or from the traditional way of doing things to the cloud. So that means that changing of management is of essence, talking about. Another one is the issue of vendor locking. There's no, we will not talk about that as a challenge. For instance, as much as we crave for AWS, because we understand their environment, much of that too, company has to be careful as well in terms of vendor locking. You know what they call vendor locking. If all your life, all your infrastructure, everything is being handled by just one cloud provider, then they are passive with your business. So business has to look into that. So in most cases, you advocate for multi-cloud. You can have majority of your infrastructure, majority of your data on one, but you have to prevent vendor locking as well. That's another challenge that you have to look into. Another one is the area of this they have mentioned in the first session. That has to do with security and compliance. Sometimes to move your data from one place to another requires some understanding of the compliance in that particular country. So this is another area that can hamper company from moving from on-premise to the cloud, adopting.
How can they solve all those problems?
And I've mentioned one now. Sure. Management have to do in-house training. In anything you are bringing in, don't just bring that thing suddenly. There must be a strategy. For instance, they have to adopt hybrid method. Okay, let's take some portion of this to the cloud. Let's still maintain this portion of it. Let's now compare the cost. You realize the reason why Olóyèdè was former president was able to pay billions of dollars or naira rather, because at that time they started with hybrid. When we were renting our own jam years back in the early 90s, before you can check your jam, some of my brother can testify here, you have to get to Ikoyi. Either you are from Ibadan, from Osun, from anywhere you have, where you can have access to your resort, for jam resort, you get to Ikoyi. So when they started, it was an hybrid. Some paper-based, some CBT. So later, when people now, this generation do not even know it because CBT is paper-based, talking about jam. So one of the solutions is, okay, start with hybrid, educate your management as well, and involve with multi-cloud. That may subside with regards to the challenges we have in moving up to the cloud.
Do you have anything to add? Okay, thank you so much for that. So the next question, how can small and medium-sized companies or businesses effectively implement cloud solutions for long-term success?
Okay, small businesses like startup, I would advise that they embrace the cloud instead of building their own physical data centers or physical servers, because it will cost a lot to, or you need to invest a lot to build that physical data center. So the best is, as a startup or a small business that is just starting, you can just embrace the cloud. Since cloud computing has this model of pay as you go, that means you're paying for what you're using. So instead of building this data center that you might not really use all the resources, or you might need more resources as time goes on, it's better you embrace the cloud and for your resources, your infrastructures. Then another thing is cost optimization, right? Business should look at employing expertise within the cloud, because it is one thing to use the cloud and it is one thing to run into bureaus by using the cloud. Because trust me, if you're not really experienced to a certain extent using the cloud, you might make some mistakes while bringing up infrastructure or engineering some infrastructure. You might bring things that you really don't need or things that your system doesn't need at that particular moment. So business leaders should employ people or train their employees in the cloud space so that they can be able to cost optimize their resources and their infrastructure for them.
I'm going to add to that. I'm going to promote opportunities that AWS is giving to startups. So as a startup, I'm expecting that you have an MVP. You want to showcase your MVP using cloud technology, and then from that, you use that to get funds, like raise funds to create a better product. So AWS, for individuals, AWS gives people $300 if you can just write the proof of concept. We'll give you $300 to use AWS services, right? For a proper startup, we have a $1,000 credit and also a $10,000 credit, depending on the scale of your startup. So I wish I could drop the link somewhere because these links are around. You can just check on AWS credits for startup. You see it there. So in terms of also using services, like she said, expertise, very important. You want to deploy something very small. Don't go and use a T3 large, a T3 large instance for a Hello World application you wrote with Python or something. So know the kind of services to use, what costs. So I think that covers it.
Let me just add to that startup. You see, because I have the experience of trying to leverage on processing form. Startup, you ensure that you have a business model that is convincing. It's not that they are giving out some of these credits, some of these funds for fun. You have a lot of form to fill, and aside that, the business will be convincing. So the business that will not be running on-premise, that is guaranteeing enough customer. Such a business cannot attract any fund. In fact, at the end of the day, you might not even receive the attention. So much as we advise and take advantage of all these opportunities for startup, we like to ensure that you have a business model that is running what you have been doing and is moving. But you want to scale up. You want to move it to the cloud. You want people to see that this thing is actually worth something that has to be there in space. So not that I'm just starting with it. That even the business is not, there's no vitality in that business. It's not promising. Such a business might not get the attention. So instead of wasting that kind of resources, why not still running it and see the way it's run, advantage of business?
Yeah, so to add to that, it's actually very correct. But that's the reason why I mentioned the tiers of amount you can access. So the $300 one is actually very simple. Anybody can access it. Just have a proof of concept. Just tell them, oh, I want to build an application that can sell rice, and this is how it's going to work. It doesn't need too much documentation. You get $300 in like 2 weeks. The $1,000 one, like we said, you need a little bit of more documentation, and that the scale of your employees actually matter. You need to have like a 5 to 10 employee or people working with you before you can get the $1,000 one. Now the $10,000 one is what is actually saying. They can't just give you 10,000 like that now. So there's a process you need to go. So whatever category you fit, our advice, because most people before they even start the business, they're already just developers. They just have an idea and they just want to test it. So just go for the $300 AWS developer credits. Just search on Google and you see it.
But what about the AWS community builder? Can I, as a person, leverage that to get some credits?
Okay, as AWS community builder now, it's not business, so business. That's why I said I'm not the business guy. AWS community builder program, it just ended, unfortunately. If this program was like beginning of the month, I would have advised you guys to register. So AWS Community Builders Program is for people who are like technical people who have used AWS services, and you've made videos, you've written articles, all of that, and you kind of like just support community in one way or the other. This program is designed for you. They give you $500 credit every year. You get free swags, t-shirts, everything every year. You join an exclusive community of global AWS community people, like the inside group. Before they release anything, you will know first, and then you guys will test it first before it goes out. Also, you also have access to some grants. Like, there's this grant, thank God I'm here, let me just be giving opportunities. It's called the AWS All Access Builders Grant. It's an all expenses paid trip to the US to attend the event. So they pay for your hotel, they just pay for everything. Like, they want you. The only issue with that is just the Nigerian visa problem. If you can sort your visa, that they will make the announcement sometime around August. So from now before then, you just go and sort your visa. And what you just need to do is to fill a form. Tell them that, oh, you just got into tech, you contributed, you've written a few articles. If you're like 1 to 3 years in tech, it's almost guaranteed that you get it. Because there's this DEI thing that AWS has, diversity, inclusion, and equity. So they want to promote people, they want people from Nigeria to go. So also search for AWS All Access Builders Grants. So so those are some of the opportunities you get as an AWS community builder. Do you get? But the All Access community, the builder grant one is anybody. You don't have to be an AWS community builder. But if you're an AWS community builder, you have more chances of getting that grant.
Thank you so much. One last question before we go. What are some ways students and aspiring professionals can gain the skills needed to contribute to the cloud-driven environment?
Okay, so one way is, for me, I advise them is to start from the basics. Understand the basis of cloud, like the infrastructure as a service, software as a service, platform as a service. Then pick up a cloud provider, maybe AWS, and know the ins and outs. You don't really need to know all the services in AWS. Maybe you can know the major core services like EC2 instance, VPC, and the rest of them. Then also network with professionals, like or people in the field. Join a community, because I trust me, in this tech, it will get to a point you might really be kind of fed up or frustrated. It is still that community or that your network that will give you that push and motivation to continue. Then volunteer or apply for internship positions. Don't really, yes, they say we should think big, but at that early stage, don't really start aiming for a job of so amount. You can, if it's not coming, you can apply for internship positions or volunteer in an organization to get that hands-on experience. Because as much as tutorial is good, videos are good, but when you know that you know something, it's when you have really done something with that stuff. Until you have done something with it, you can't really say, I know it. Because all you have is just the surface knowledge. When you start debugging, you start working with those tools, that's when you know that, oh yes, at least I have, to an extent, I have a knowledge on that tools. So that's my advice.
Yeah, I'm most interested in this area because I deal with students. I'm most interested in this area. And I can see that some of them are outside and they're listening to me. So if you are a student, you listen to me very well here in this area. Why am I saying this? Because I also say cloud is the future. Future that's in the cloud. Let it not be theory. Let it be real. And as a student, regardless of your department, you can pick interest in the cloud. I have some of our students here, and I do force them that anywhere I'm going with regard to cloud, let us go, because that is what's going to motivate you. When I finish my own exam, I'm talking to the students this time. I finished my CCP, finished my SAA. I do not know a single person who is into cloud to mentor, to even follow. It was 2 years ago I now met these guys and Everett and Co. Just to get myself more motivated. I know cloud is the future anyway. And it's not far, it's now. One of my mentors used to say tomorrow, he said tomorrow is today. That concept in your head, they can do tomorrow, not tomorrow. Tomorrow is today. Because tomorrow is another tomorrow. Tomorrow is today. So student, I want to say this, that you need to come up to be more serious with this issue of cloud. You have to read extensively. Don't be afraid of documentation. Don't be afraid of exam. And don't be afraid of trying your best. In fact, when I was trying to train myself for AWS Cloud, I use more than 15 accounts. I consumed their 720 within just 2 months. I swear by God. At the time, I had to tell my student, please create I am for me so that I can continue your training. Yes, I used more than 15. As I'm talking to you now, I was asking this guy, is here, that creates another I am for me. Because I do much of hands-on, simple hands-on. Don't be tired of hands-on, then don't run away from your certification. I do tell people when they come for their training, are you going for certification or are you going for hands-on to know it practically? Some will tell you, among my students in the US, they will tell you, no certification. I'm working already. I just want to know this thing. Take us by hand and let us know how to do it. But for the students, I will advocate for both. Anybody that tells you that don't worry about certification exam, just get, is a lie. No company reasonably will employ you without showing them your certification. So, students, don't be afraid of reading. Read and read. Leverage more on YouTube channel and be very closer to those that are in the field. Everyone is always ready. It was even with us about last month for an award, just to ensure that be closer to those people in the cloud and don't hesitate in the next few months. In the past, I don't know, Nkemi is here. Having access to CCP voucher is as in the past, it's every week. It's a dash. So, but for now, maybe you can ask them now, why are they all in it? So students should go for that. Before you get out of your institution, get your CTP done. Get your SAA done. Then leverage more on your hands-on. Then don't hesitate to join volunteering. Anytime I see a link for volunteer, I used to tell my students, join the volunteer. It's not money. You will gain experience. You'll be motivated in the cloud, in finding yourself in the cloud. So at the end of the day, you will reap the benefit of this cloud. It has not even started. Somebody was asking me, what is the duration of cloud computing? I said, that's no duration. Is this the next 20 years, next 50 years, next 100 years? I don't even know. This generation cannot consume it. You just launched just last week, another AI, very powerful. Very powerful. So before you know it, even if you don't call it in the next couple of some years again now, it's no more. So it's ongoing. So this is your age. As Professor Patami said, he said, these are digital species. So leverage more on that. Read extensively. Belong to the community. Write your exam. Do your hands-on. If you have a problem with, I was investor of learning last year. A lot of them came to me. They are facing challenges to ordinary opening AWS accounts. And I promise some of them, okay, don't worry. Since I will create I am for you. See, be doing something. So if you have a problem of creating an account that's giving you issue, liaise with others. Please create I am for you. I want to practice. So when you consume that, you can have as much as 20 emails. That was one thing about registering online. Once you change your email, that's all. For now.
Yes.
That is why it's good to do things.
But AWS accepts that now.
So create a way out. Leverage more on your reading. Don't run away from your exam. Do your hands-on and volunteer for any cloud environment or any cloud seminar. Before you know it, become skilled up. And before you know it, the job is waiting for you.
Do you have anything to add?
Yes. They've said it all. They actually said it all. But what I'm going to do is I want to now draw a roadmap for you. Step A, step B, step C. If you are just starting. It works because I have tried it and I've mentored people who are now earning in dollars. So the first thing is once you are getting into tech, be with the people who are actually doing it. Iron sharpened iron. Have a mentor, 1 or 2 people you can go and meet. Those ones will connect you to their friend. When they've mentioned Ewere here 100 times. Ewere, I didn't know him before, but I knew him like 4 years back, I think so. And I was always in his DM. It was Ewere who would now tell me, go here, go there, do this, do that. You need somebody, unless you'll just be watching YouTube video and you'll be lost. So be in a community, be with iron sharpened iron. That's the first thing. The second thing is projects. Don't just watch YouTube video and that's all. Create projects while you are learning. It will stick in your mind. Because as you are doing the project, you'll be seeing errors. And like she said, errors, once you can solve an error, it's like you are one step ahead. You know more, right? Work on projects. Be with the right people, 1. 2, work on projects while you're learning. 3, he said it, certifications. Start with CCP. don't overly focus on certifications, because I know people who have 20 certifications and they don't know anything about Docker. Do you get? They can start talking about regions now, but if we say, okay, 55 nodes are down in a region, what will you do? And your company is losing millions per second, you are on the hot seat. How will you solve the problem? It's not certifications that will solve it. It's the projects that you've worked on and the errors that you solved will give you the experience to solve the problem, right? So the fourth thing now is I'll give you no AWS, yes. Also no Linux. Linux is the language of the cloud because you're working with machines. No Linux, right? You know Linux, you know AWS, then you can say, okay, let's do Docker or something just to give you an idea of containerization. So that's the roadmap. When you now start looking for jobs, because that job now is the hardest part, be ready for rejections. They will reject you. It's not the one that 10 people reject you. You gotta be, you'll be crying the next thing you're drinking alcohol that nobody wants me. No. Do you get? Once you can chest rejections, that's when you are ready to get a job. The universe understands your language. That once you can accept rejections, they've rejected you 100 times. Well, who cares? I have that skill. I'm already writing articles. I have people in my community. Look at the things I'm doing. The universe will bring that job to you, definitely. So you just need to keep trying. The website where I got my most recent job, Remote Rocket Ship, you can check it. So when you go to Remote Rocket Ship, right, if you know that you are above intern level, don't go and, if you feel you are a medium DevOps engineer, don't go and apply for medium or senior because you won't get it. You're actually competing with global people, China, especially the Chinese and Indians people. Forget it. If you think you are a medium or a senior, no, let me not say medium. No, let me not say senior. If you think you are a mid engineer, apply for intern. Because you will over-meet the expectation that they will employ you. And when they say intern, people will just say, is it not ordinary intern? Look, foreign intern is not 150K. Foreign intern starts from $1,000. That's 1.6 million intern. Do you understand? So as an intern, boldly carry it that, look, I'm an intern earning 1.6 million. There are bankers who don't earn that amount. So the strategy is look for companies and then go below your boss. So once you enter the interview, you are doing more than what the questions they will ask you. They are asking you EC2, you are already talking Kubernetes. Do you understand? So it gives you that chance of getting a job. So that's my 2 cents.
She wants to add something.
So one thing I would also love to add is this: always stay curious, because tech is changing. Like a lot of trend is coming in tech. So always be open-minded to changes. Be adaptable. Tools are changing. Things are changing. So always be adaptable and also have those basics. Because tools might change, but there are some basics that might not really change in years to come. Something like you mentioned, Linux, networking, have those basics and always be ready to adapt to tools and trends that are coming up.
Okay, thank you so much. Before we round up, do you have any questions from the audience, especially from outside too?
All right. Thank you very much for the insight and the knowledge. Well, there is a catch that tech institutes, cloud institutes always use to catch people. And they always say that you don't need to have coding knowledge to get into cloud. I'm beginning to think that's not true while I've started learning. So please elaborate on that.
All right. The truth is this. He's a DevOps engineer. I am a trained DevOps engineer as well. The question is this: DevOps deploy application on the cloud. You are not the one. You don't own the code. So we do not need to learn Linux and to learn coding programming language to deploy an application. That is the standard. If anybody tells you that you can be a DevOps engineer, yes, you can. But the issue is this. I'll give you 2 reasons why that may end up being a lie that you don't really need the experience. When you look for jobs sometimes, and they roll out their description, tell me any of, we have been applying, we have been before, they will always ask of your soft skill. And they will put there either Linux or what of the program language you understand. That you don't need to learn code to become certified. Of course, in your question for your CCP, for your SAA, nobody will ask you a single question on coding. Single question. Anybody can challenge. There is no single question that has to do with coding. In fact, in the whole of AWS training of the a cloud essential, whatever, there is nothing, there is no single code. But when you get to the field as an engineer and you do not understand Linux language, and you are deploying on Linux machine, because in UK and Canada they make use of Linux machine. So you do not understand Linux and how it works on Linux machine and code, then you have to be found. So the advice is learn Linux. It's not coding, then learn programming language. Linux is just like a language that Linux machine understands. Get my point now? So it is not that you're going to be a master in programming, a master in Linux administration, no. But you need to understand some basic concepts of Linux command. Ordinary to write a code of how to save file, how to copy file, how to delete file. You don't know. And you say you are into the cloud, you are an IT person. No, that shouldn't be. At least understand some basic elements of Linux. Then, if not any other thing, learn at least. If not Python, learn Java programming language. Not to be a professional on that, but at least to understand the language. So with that, are good to go in the IT space. But that wouldn't stop you from at least writing your exam, and I don't know code, that should not stop you from having your hands-on. All these hands-on we're talking about on AWS as no code. You are using Lambda, for instance, now just copy the code at ability, put it there, and have it event-driven, and your application is up and running. So don't be scared, but at the same time, it's an advantage for you as an IT person to learn coding and to learn Linux command.
So he said it, but I'm just going to add to what he said. If you just want CCP exam and spin up EC2 and S3 bucket, no need to code, you are just there. But the real jobs that will pay you real money, you need to have some coding experience. I'll give you an example from my own. I write Python, yes. I write JavaScript. But this new job where I'm working is Rust they are using as their binary. It's a blockchain binary. And it's written in Rust. So there was a time when, shape my own is to just deploy now. I would deploy something, it will work. One day it didn't work. And with Linux, I was checking, debugging. 2 days, I was still debugging. I will see logs, I'll say yes. But the logs is pointing to the code. I went to meet the devs. Those ones are already busy writing, synchronizing, something. I don't know what they are writing, but they are very busy. Look, oh, this thing you gave me to deploy is not working. It's pointing to your code. This line of social code, that's where the problem is. The guy said, Ed, do it now. You're a DevOps engineer. Just do it. Just make sure it's working. Just make sure this thing is working. They need it. Deadline is on the February social date. They need it. So what do I need to do? I don't write Rust. But because I know the fundamental principles of programming, loops, conditions, data types, all those kind of things, I went back into the code to go and find the problem. And the tweak itself is not even, I just had to change 1, 2, 3. That's all. Do you understand? So you don't really need to be a master of coding, but just have that, know the principles of coding. It will help you. The jobs that will pay you big money, you have to get to that level. Know one programming language, especially Python. Python. For the past 1 week, I've been writing Python like mad. Like some people say, DevOps engineer, you are not doing backend. It's not for backend, it's for automation. I've been writing Python like mad, mixed Python and Ansible with Terraform, like mad. So if I don't know Python, how would they give me an automation task to do? There's ChatGPT now, so things are a bit easy. But anyways, we're still writing Python because ChatGPT will give you the code. If you don't understand it, you just be you and ChatGPT, you'll be there for hours. So that's it.
I think you want to answer. Okay. Do you have any question? Any other question from outside? Can you please check? I have a question. Stay and ask now.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. So my question is, as you said you don't actually need too much of coding or programming language knowledge to do cloud computing. But you said mostly what cloud computing do is just deploy solutions to the cloud. What of for an example, I'm a front-end developer. Because there was a job recently that I saw, an internship that said I have to know React and I have to know AWS, and I don't have any idea whatsoever about AWS. So I was surprised that AWS and front-end, am I not just coming to collect designs from Figma and just impute it into front-end programming languages and job for them? So is there any way that I can just go into AWS and, because front-end developers, I'm not the one that's actually deploying the website. What's my concern with cloud computing and me as a front-end developer? No, not Nigerian. Yes, it's from US. Yes. I have to know AWS, yes, for them to, like, front-end web development. And part of the requirement was AWS.
For me, I think it's HR that wrote that thing. Because HR, they can just be writing, and they don't know, they'll just see any duty, AWS, put it there, front end. On our community group, there was a job description they put. There was back end there was database something there was DevOps together, and the role was actually a front end role. And the pay is even in Nigerian company, the pay was 150K. So you have to be front end, back end, networking. So HR sometimes, they just write. You now, as they wrote AWS there, it's just for you to now say, okay, I want to improve myself. I'm still a front-end engineer. Let me just learn AWS. You don't need to know everything. No Amplify, no EC2. Just know how to deploy a website on an S3 bucket. Just the basics. That's just for you. But for me, that your job description is HR. Do you get?
Let me just add to this. You see, HR are not technical. They are not. Just take that one as the first shot. They are not technical. They are just to scout. So when you go for HR interview, they will just ask you, are you this, are you this, are you that? They cannot go further more than that. They will now recommend you to technical session. Those are the people that knows about what they are actually looking for. So what I'm just going to advise is, and I do advise my students as well, try to be all-rounder. Don't limit yourself to, how can you just be a front-end engineer alone? I wondered. People are looking for somebody who can have a multitask. So I have to employ you as a front-end, another person as a back-end, another person as a DevOps.
No, sir, actually.
So sometimes this is what is obtainable. But it is good that, okay, because I've attended some interview that you discover at the end of the day, your job role, they will leave it aside. They will be asking you for special skill. So if you are branded, you take the advantage of those things. So in most cases, don't be scared about this job description by the HR, because they are not technical. They always put those things there. They don't know that sometimes they are not the same thing. So when you get to your interview, they will ask specific role of what you are to do. But when you see an advert, try to ensure that at least if you have about 10 description, if you have about 8 or 7 of it, you are good to go. But out of about 10 description, you only know 1 or 2. So we advise that try to step up and be all-rounder.
Our guy is saying the truth, but we disagree in one part. You don't have to be all-rounder. You don't have to. You don't have to. I don't like back-end. There are some things I don't like. I don't want to get involved in them. You don't have to be all-rounder. If you are a front-end guy, be the best front-end guy. That's the point. Be the best front-end guy. You can have maybe small knowledge of the others, but don't carry too much things. Some people say they are agnostic. They can do many things. That, see, to be very honest, in a standard company, you have one person or one team front end, one team back end, one team DevOps. You cannot add QA to DevOps and QA. Two of them, they are together, but they are still separate. In a proper company, your job is defined, and they don't expect you to start doing another person's job, except it's a Nigerian company. I don't like Nigerian companies. I don't.
Okay, thank you so much. The time has gone, and this will bring us to the end of this panel section. We appreciate our panelists for sharing their knowledge, and we appreciate our audience for giving a listening ear. So thank you so much, everyone, for having us.
Hello. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Saz and Ma, for the very, very interactive panel session. Very, very beautiful. Yes, it was very beautiful. I liked it a lot. Very interactive. I like how we're so passionate about it. So we'll be going to the next agenda for the event today. And at first, we'll be talking about our training center here at Arthurite Integrated. So we run some trainings. Yeah, run some trainings. I think something also wants to come and talk about this. But we do some trainings, and we have certified instructors, hands-on labs, and career-focused learning. But I'll be inviting engineer Somto to say more about this. Thank you very much.
Hello, everybody. I hope we are having fun. I hope we are learning. It's been a very packed program. But thank you all for staying to the end, because basically we are rounding up now. So we're also launching, apart from the app, we're also launching our training academy. So as you know, we have corporate clients here, we invited organizations, individuals, and also people that are tech enthusiasts. But the main goal for AWS is sensitization first. They have to sensitize you, train you, before they feel that they can sell a solution to you. Or you can come to them and say, from what I know about you guys can provide this solution. It's easier to sell from that point of view. So that's why we are also training. We are also setting up this academy to train corporate clients, train staff, train individuals, and also train students. A lot of students want to get into tech. Same thing with healthcare and other things. But they feel that they need a mentor, they need a place to start, they need someone to tell them, tech is very vast, this is a way to go. This is the way to go. This is foundation, this is foundation. So basically, that's why we are setting this up. So in collaboration with AWS, we are also setting up this here in this building. So we will give a lot of opportunities to both individuals, people that are already established, people that just want to start from the beginner program, people that want to also do other stuff, basically that AWS offers, will train you either in-house or virtually. And we are launching that today. So each and every one of us here that also is here on site, and also those other watching online, can either reach out to us on social media or via email, basically to signify interest. Thank you so much. The next thing that we are going to talk about is a lot of our customer feedback, because you might think that we are launching today, but we have been in operation for over a year, so specifically on AWS. So we have a lot of customer feedback. We have a lot of customer feedback that people that we have provided solutions to, people that we have either helped or trained in the past before we set up the academy, and people that have been partnering with us on various solutions. We have clients such as Titan. We have clients such as DD Building, amongst others. Just to mention a few, Axel, who again, and a lot of other clients. Our major focus is startups, SMEs, amongst other and other corporate organizations. Those are the people that we feel that that we can basically grow with. Those are the people that most of the time they have genuine solutions that needs to be solved that will also affect you and I. If you see the product that we launched today, the product that we launched today is something that everybody can relate to. It's something that everybody can relate to, both as someone that just basically just wants to set up a selling website, e-commerce website, as someone that already has maybe a small business outfit that you're selling drinks, you're selling edibles, you're selling clothes, fashion, something that you can easily reach out to. Someone that basically that is selling from his WhatsApp, from a website, from this solution, you can basically reach out to your audience and for them to order, and you receive orders and deliver. So basically, the next stage of the app, which, well, I might as well say, the next stage of this app is to do the logistics side. Apart from when you order and they say your order is ready, it also has the last mile attached to it, which is part of the value chain, which we are hoping to do that and launch it some other time this year. So we set up the logistics and the last mile to deliver track shipment secured and fast. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Engineer Somto, for that. So the next thing on our agenda is we'll be announcing the winners from our webinar series. So throughout last week, we had a couple of webinars that we hosted on YouTube Live. It was a live stream where we talked about various AWS services, and we did live demos on them. So on the first day, we talked about serverless revolution, building scalable and cost-efficient applications with AWS Lambda. And during the course of the program, we also did some demos regarding Lambda, how to trigger a Lambda function, how to invoke a Lambda function using API gateway that was demonstrated. On the second day, we talked about securing the cloud, leveraging AWS identity, access management, and security tools. And on the third day, we talked about dynamic scalability, optimizing application performance with AWS and auto-scaling and load balancing. On the fourth day, we dedicated that day to the DevOps engineers, where we talked about streamlining development and operations and exploring AWS code pipeline, code build, and code deploy. And on the last day, we talked about innovating with AI, building smarter solutions using AWS SageMaker. So throughout the course of this webinar, we had a lot of students participate online. So on Friday, on the last day, we had a quiz competition. And from that quiz competition, we had 3 winners. So today, they won vouchers for certification. So any certification that they need to write, we're going to give them vouchers to take care of the fees. So I'll be calling their names now so that they can come and pick up their... If they are here, you can just come and take a picture with us inside. But if you're not here, you can reach out to us. So the first... Okay. So the first winner is Mayowa Fajobe. The second winner is Ibrahim Ijibode, and the last winner, or the third winner, they're all winners. The last person here is Imran Abdulaziz. So if you are here, you can come in now to quickly have a picture and collect your voucher as well. They'll be sent to you electronically, but just to acknowledge that. All right. Is anybody coming? Okay. Nice. Congratulations. Okay, this is Fajbi Manwa and Ibrahim. Thank you very much. Some of our winners from the webinar series. Can we clap for them, please? So they have all won 3 vouchers for certifications. So any AWS examination certification you need to write, you just contact us. We'll provide you with the vouchers for any one at all you need to write. Can we have a picture? Thank you very much. Congratulations. All right. So then, okay. Can I see the screen, please? Yeah, the slide. Yes. So now we're going to do something very loud now. Firstly, all volunteers who are here, you are automatically qualified to get an interview with us to be an intern. So we have about 3 slots open. So we're going to conduct interview sessions with all our volunteers. Not today, though, in later days. So you are all qualified automatically for that interview. But if you're a student here and you feel like you want to join that group of people, you can quickly just come here and give a 2-minute session or just a quick pitch why you should be part of the group of people that we interview. If you're a volunteer, you're automatically on the queue. So we'll have interview session with you. But if you're students here, just come and give a 2 minutes pitch deck why we should interview. And also, yes, we have 2 more vouchers to be won. So I want you to look out for us on social media, Twitter, Instagram, YouTube. We'll be hosting some live sessions in the coming days. We'll be holding this, we'll be giving out these vouchers. So just follow us and put on your notifications, because that's how we're making the announcements, all right? But for students that want to join the interview for the internship, you can just come and give a 2 minutes pitch deck. Thank you. All right, so you state your name, your school, and 2 minutes why we should allow you to be part of the interview session for the internship.
Good afternoon. My name is Mohammed Fidaus. A student of UNILAG, University of Lagos, a 400 level student, computer engineering. So I want to intern at Arthurite Technology. So for the past 1 year, like next month to be 2 years, I've had experience in cloud computing and specializing as a cloud engineer. So I have worked with services in AWS, and also I have experience with tools like CI/CD or implementing DevOps practices, programming languages like Python. But currently I'm trying to learn Go because I see myself in the future like sticking to Go, because Go is like most of the technologies that I use are built on Go. So it makes sense to actually learn Go. So some of the projects I've worked on and I've collaborated with are like grade level projects where we've actually had the opportunity to see how it looks like in a real world, in the sense that we have toyed with a lot of technologies like distributed tracing, serverless caching. We also learned about specific AWS service like DynamoDB, Amazon RDS. So it's a private scenario where we worked on a case where, okay, a microblogging platform wants to hire you as their first cloud engineer. So they have a particular mock of their architecture and how it's going to be. So you as a cloud engineer, what are you going to do and how do you go about the whole process? So actually, that project was actually my very first project in the cloud. Previous to that, I had like the basics of cloud. I was able to pick up some courses, but that project itself was a grade level project that was actually meant for people that have experience, let's say 2-3 years. But I was able to do it through determination and support from the community, even if I just started out in the cloud. So I would love to intern with Arthurite Institute because I see they are focusing on building digitalized products in areas of AI. And if you know, AI is like really trending now because of the release of DeepSeek and IoT blockchain and cloud computing specifically, which I major in. Yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Do we have any more people outside? Students? No? Don't worry, volunteer, you're automatically on the queue, you understand? It's just students that are not volunteers. Yeah. All right. Any more persons? Okay. If there's no one else, I'll just be talking briefly about our customers. Okay, there's one more person. All right. Very quickly. 2 minutes. Oh, okay. The Golang developer.
Yeah, my name is Pasata. I'm a PN level student in Lagos State University. I'm studying computer science. So the main reason why I want to join the group as an intern is mainly because I want to familiarize myself with the cloud computing ecosystem, and I love teamwork a lot. I love working with adults. So like you all see me as an intern. I have no issues with that. So I want to like gain insight about how the cloud works in general, but I did not really have the opportunity earlier. So now I have the opportunity to join the group to understand how the cloud works in general.
That's nice. Hold on. So I'll give you more. Oh, okay. This has to be the last person. All right. So you're coming. Oh, you're coming. Quickly, quickly.
Okay. Thank you, everybody. My name is Emmanuel Ebe Frederick, and I'm a student of the University of Lagos, a 300 level computer science student. So I specialize in machine learning and AI development, and I use languages like Python, Java, and I really want to learn a lot about cloud computing because I realized that majority of large ML models are actually built and developed on the cloud, which is a part that I'm not very good at all yet. So I love to use the opportunity to learn more about CI/CD flows, learn how to use AWS and Azure. So thank you.
All right. Okay, thank you very much. For the students who pitched, please remember to drop your names, your email addresses, and your phone numbers with our team at the front desk before you leave. Very important. All right, so they'll be reaching out to you in the coming days. So quickly, I'll just be talking about a few of our customer success stories. We wanted to actually have videos done, but because of time. So the first is DD Building Tech. And this was what they had to say regarding us. So working with Arthurite as an AWS training partner in upskilling our workforce, increased our cloud usage, modernized environments, and enabled customer and enhanced customer experiences. We have achieved impressive outcomes up to 50% reduction in decision-making time, wow, and 20% increase in employee retention, helping the company derive financial efficiency and compliance benefits. I think we have one more testimonial. Yeah, one more, the next testimonial. Yes, so this is from Titan Physiotherapy. So this was what they had to say regarding us, Arthurite Integrated. As the company needs to cloud and its complexity, Arthurite demystified the concept of cloud and provided cloud-ready solutions, which have helped us move from our traditional methods of business operations to innovative and efficient approaches, which improve our business and processes. They save time and communication with patients more effectively. All right, so Titan Physiotherapy is a tele-physiotherapy startup where we help them with deploying their websites online, and definitely communication with patients has been easier. So we've come to the end of our program today, but before we go, I want to once again invite Engineer Sonto Ezepwe to give the closing remarks and vote of thanks.
Again, thank you all for staying to the end. Thank you so much. On behalf of Arthurite Integrated, Arthurite Universal, Arthurite Group, and we also have a partner that is not around, as our CTO and the technical director that is not around, Nene. She also extends her regards. And the other, also our technical lead, Joyce, that is also not around, and some of our team members. We also say thank you so much for coming. Yeah. Those people have been huge success to this event. Part of the team, the vendors that we use, and also even the entire team, the volunteers, and everybody that has been here from 7 o'clock this morning. And most especially you, the customers that waited to the end. And also, not forgetting our online audience. Our online audience have been sending me a lot of feedback. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And God bless you.